Hey, Doovid here. We are live. Apologize. I got caught up today, and I went to stream today. I went to this IRL event involving Hueda Raf and local Palestinian Jewish stuff, and I was on Ralph's, and we just kind of random, just nonsensical bickering, and just. So I apologize I was late, but so try to have regular week in review. So here we are. And so Jennifer, if you're still around, always good to see you. Affluent, KL, anyone tuning in, appreciate you tuning in. I have hopefully some good stuff to cover today. So let me go straight into screen share, look at some of the links. It was an interesting week. And I also have some research, continue with my research. So God forbid anti-Semitic graffiti here in Metro Detroit. Just right now, stop anti-Semitism. Doovid has this synagogue on my YouTube channel. I have many events here at the synagogue. Music. I was helped make minyan to the synagogue when they first started making weekday minyan. I used to go and make minyan, and I've been there for events over the years. Some of them I even have included on my YouTube channel. So, like, God forbid, this is a new phenomenon. I can't think of a single time in my lifetime that I have seen a swastika or anti-Semitic graffiti on a local synagogue. And I saw that there was another thing, just on stop anti-Semitism, and it's tough to know, and it's kind of weird they put Azov, like the Azov battalion or something like that. So who knows? This is like 11 mile in Detroit, majority African American. So we'll see if they find out who did it, if it was kids, pranksters, or troublemakers, or like, who knows? But God forbid. I just saw this earlier this afternoon. So God forbid. I got on Ralph. I was hoping we were going to talk about this, but it just kind of like bickering, and so like it was a waste of time. So unfortunately, I wasted a bunch of time and got late with week in review. But I came on because I wanted to talk about the world champion chess match, and Ding Liren is now the current world champion, and went to tiebreak 7-7, and then in the last game, Ding Liren, in the fourth game of the tiebreakers of the rapid games, pulled it off, and now he's the world champion. First Chinese chess world champion, Nepomniachtchi, Ian Nepomniachtchi, who I believe is Jewish, who had faced Magnus twice and had been the slight favorite, lost to Ding Liren. So, interesting. I had that stream last week with Norvin about Asian Jewish competition in the U.S., and I just saw something in the New York Times today. Let me see if I pop it up. There's an article about the SAT scores to look for it, but they got rid of the SAT scores like almost universally now in U.S. college campuses. And part of the reason that they've gotten rid of the U.S. SAT scores is because of discrimination against Asians, that Asians do substantially better than the rest of Americans on standardized testing, most notably like the ACT and SAT. And to meritocratically limit the number of Asians in U.S. universities, they is at least one of the larger reasons. Like, there's affirmative action and other reasons, but even the New York Times article claimed that the biggest reason was to limit lawsuits from Asian Americans that are being discriminated and getting into U.S. Universities. So I was not surprised to see Ding Liren win the U.S. championship. And from my perspective, I'm happy that Ding Liren is champion, because Magnus Carlsen, Nepo, they're gamers, and Ding Liren's a lawyer and an intellectual. So I'd rather see an intellectual win than a gamer. different approach, more serious approach to chess than just a gamer. And you think of these arguments on like Ralph or something like that, like gaming. Like people, serious intellectuals, want to learn something, and you're saying like, well, you're just gamers. And so I'm actually kind of glad that Dean Loren is now the current World Chess Championship. So Harold Kushner died at 88 today. God bless Harold Kushner. His famous book, When Bad Things Happen to Good People. Harold Kushner was probably, I think he was the best-selling rabbinic Jewish author. So you have like Avram Yeshua Heschel, who had written popular books on Judaism. I think Harold Kushner was more popular. Shmuley Boteach, I do not think is nearly as popular as Harold Kushner. So I believe Harold Kushner was the most popular Jewish author in American history. His famous book, When Bad Things Happen to Good People, although he took kind of like an atheistic approach. And I'm not straight atheist. He was a conservative rabbi, and the approach to suffering and various things. So, God bless Harold Kushner, 88 years old, and popularized Judaism in a period of time where there was, like a belief that Americans in general had a lot to learn from Judaism. And when, before the rise of Orthodox Judaism or Israel, when at the period of time where conservative Judaism or liberal Judaism, so just thought to take that of note. So I had my stream. I'll go over the slides. So last night I streamed again with allegedly Amzi, Amy, and we talked about friendship. So I'll go over the slides. I made slides. I had a presentation, some interesting things. So if people want to see the presentation, this woman, Empress Aslan, who I guess was half Jewish, but she's currently like an Odinist, or her husband's an Odinist, and so she came on. But I prepared a presentation on the nature of friendship, and so we went over the first hour is the presentation on friendship, and I have these slides here, so hopefully I'll go over those also. Hopefully that's interesting. I put that in the title. God forbid Christopher van Bjorkness. Let me share that in the link. So let me share that on Amy's channel. So this was the program last night on friendship. Oh, Amy, there you are. God bless. Good to see you. So so I'll probably briefly go over the slides last night, but went over more in depth. And then one of Amy's friends, Empress, came on. An interesting conversation. Maybe we'll do another stream next week. We might be running out of material or numbers dwindling. But if we come up with an interesting topic, maybe we'll keep it going, or you'll see if next Saturday, or maybe take a week off. So see if we come up with an interesting topic, or if there's interest, because Doooovid is more dry and boring, God forbid. So you don't want the numbers to dwindle too much unless there's interest. And then also have to do research and come up with an interesting topic. So Christopher van Bjorkness was on Edward Dutton, sharing some of his theories, and interesting conversation. Bjorkness, I have his book. I read his whole book on Einstein. I've mentioned him many times. We mentioned someone super chatted something about Adam Green, and Edward Dutton had not heard of Adam Green. So Bjorkness is coming out with new books. He's pumping these books out, his research, his theories. And you mentioned the new video from Esoterica, and to some extent, like mentioned these theories about the origins of Christianity. In many ways, there's a lot of parallels between like Adam Green, Bjorkness, and at least this latest Esoterica. So Esoterica has a lot of videos that are just educational on various issues, but like his new videos talking about the origins of Christianity, which is a more hypothetical issue. So God forbid, I do watch Bjorkness's content sometimes. He does exceptional research and knows a lot about various things. So it was interesting him on Edward Dutton. I had two streams this week. So on my channel, I did Introduction to Jewish Prayer Part 2 with Michael, and we covered the Psuka de Zimre, and we did a lot of the prayers like Ashrei, Baruch Shemar, Yishtabach, word for word in Hebrew. And hopefully this Thursday, because it's already scheduled for Thursday at 2 o'clock, we're going to do Part 3, which will be focusing on the blessings of the Shema and the Shema, and we'll probably cover most of those word for word. So people are, trying to learn more about the Hebrew words or Hebrew prayers or say them in Hebrew. So we could probably come up with a topic. So maybe over the next few days we'll come up with a topic, and then if I could do a presentation. So Doooovid's more purposeful and try to avoid just like talking to talk. So I like to have kind of like a purpose and a topic, or else the hours or whatever you just go by talking. And also but also just the conversation makes sense. I'm happy to join also. So maybe something theological. If you have a recommendation and I know something about it, we could probably do that. Or maybe over the next few days I'll have some sort of insight into what may be interesting or applicable, useful. So I had my big debate conversation with Joanna Tries on evolution, and I presented the presentation, and it took me a long time. Like I was surprised actually. Like my presentation of the slides went like a full 40 minutes, and then Joanna did a presentation, prepared some slides, and we argued, we talked for almost 4 hours, covered a lot of topics, like observation, what is evolution, the modern Bailey fallacy, abiogenesis, evolution as a cosmology, the nature of mutations, the origins of cooperation and altruism, and the theology like I'm not my body, and the heart of consciousness, and the origins of morals and ethics. So hopefully that was a good program. It's got over 200 views. So hopefully I'll join her back at some time. She was actually active in the chat last night with Amy. So she's also a chess coach. So maybe we'll collaborate on chess programming in the future also. Maybe I'll do a song again this week. So I was thinking, God forbid, American Pie, the famous song. So I was watching the news, and you had the Koreans here, and also related to like Ding Liren, and so the Korean Prime Minister, you had the White House event, and I guess like his favorite song is Don McLean's American Pie, and he sang the first part of American Pie, and President Biden gave him a guitar signed by Don McLean, who is still alive. I guess Don McLean is 77 years old, still alive. American Pie, written in 1971, kind of like a folk song. Interesting song, very popular song. I remember even like in camp as a kid, people knew how to play on the piano or guitar American Pie. Pretty popular song, good song. So I thought I'd do that song because of the politics this week with Biden, the Korean Prime Minister, and I guess he spoke to the joint session of Congress, and could be a bad sign, God forbid, like the Ukraine war and trying to isolate China and Russia, and therefore trying to make better ties with Korea. So there was also an op-ed about Koreans at home unsure about the U.S.-Korean allyship, especially in relationship to like moving towards Japan and away from China. And so conflict resolution, God forbid, it's better to resolve conflict. And then when you get in a point where your friends and allyship is based upon common enemy, and Amy, we were talking about that relate to friendship, that a lot of people just have internet feuds, like they try to ruin people's lives, and they feel that they're achieving something because they have a conflict view of the world of God forbid, good and bad, and bad actors. If you see something, say something, and therefore they find purpose in trying to like follow bad actors and tell other people about bad actors, or taking putative action against bad actors, and say, well, that's what's happening on the world stage. God forbid, Ukraine, Russia, China, and like even Korea. I mean, there's important parts of any allyship, but when the main point of the allyship is in relationships to common enemies, God forbid, it's a bad sign. But so I'll return to American Pie. Hopefully, we'll do a song for this week. Just Frank, thanks for tuning in. So Just Frank, I saw you in the Grace Thorpe chat. Yeah, I'm not going to do like the whole song. It's probably not going to make you want to dance. I think that's even the words. And because I was on Ralph's stream just before this, I got carried. Like I didn't even have a chance to listen to it beforehand, so I might be off key. So there's a few interesting books. I found the Max Planck Institute. I was reading through some of this, The Globalization of Knowledge and History. So here's a free ebook in the chat. This one's long, like 800 pages. I was reading this one earlier, The Impact of Notation Systems. These all come from the Max Planck Institute. So Harry Belafonte also passed away this week. Harry Belafonte, interesting character. Deo. He lived into the 90s. I mean, he lived a long time. He had even been to Israel. He had I have on my YouTube channel Harry Belafonte's version of Hine Matov, the Hine Matov Manayim Shevisakim Gam Yakad Hine Matov Yadadai. So that's actually a Harry Belafonte tune, who I guess dated a Israeli woman and did a few. He's got like a Hava Nagila. Deo was a popular song. And you think like Noam Chomsky, like he was big in the 50s, but he made it, lived into his 90s. And so, God bless Harry Belafonte. The Crucible, God forbid, Andrew Wilson had been on Week in Review on Jennifer's channel. Yeah, Jerry Springer passed away. My sister knew Jerry Springer. I said my sister went to school. My niece in Chicago went to the same school with Jerry Springer's grandkids. So my sister had met Jerry Springer a few times. Jerry Springer based in Chicago. And I think Jerry Springer only lived into his 70s. But yeah, important, like internet blood sports, kind of like the grandfather of reality TV, and a lot of the nature of current, like I saw there was a New York Times op-ed like saying we're all on the Jerry Springer show now. So Andrew Wilson, who was on Week in Review on Church of Entropy, through the Crucible. So he's been getting strikes. God forbid, he's got 2 strikes now. So he has been moving to Rumble. He built himself up pretty big. He was getting, he even had like 400, average viewers, and debates 10,000 subs. Even though like modern day debates has like 100,000 subs, and he only had 10,000 subs, he was getting the kind of numbers that modern day debates was getting with 10 times as many subs and all the super chats. But he's a controversial person, and has a loose mouth. And a lot of his streaming is like drama with other streamers, and so now he has 2 strikes, and so he's off of YouTube. I guess we'll see what happens. And I haven't been following his content much, but saw T-Jump also got a strike. So T-Jump got demonetized. So YouTube, they say, is having a new wave of purges. So Doooovid, you'd have to be careful not having too much controversial topics. So I have a few articles to read, maybe at least parts of, or I'll talk about, related to the philosophy of science, specifically biology and the history of molecular biology, like I was talking about last week. So Esoterica, I've been posting his videos. He was actually, Doooovid, I live streamed locally, so I almost didn't go, like God forbid, like drama, and I don't have I don't get too much thanks for getting, butting my nose into Jewish events, Jewish activities. Doooovid's an independent Jewish scholar. I love Judaism. However, I don't speak on behalf of any Jewish organizations. Doovovid has BitChute and Odyssey, not Rumble. My BitChute's inactive. I haven't really put anything on it for a few years. Odyssey, it uploads my content that's less than like an hour and a half. So Odyssey has the majority of my content. But my longer streams, if it's longer than an hour and a half, it doesn't go on Odyssey. And Doovid's Doovid across all the platforms. I haven't made Rumble. Thank God I haven't had problems with the censors. Usually I avoid controversial material. So Howeida Araf, a local Israeli-Palestinian Arab, who I've been to her events. I don't know if I've ever live streamed, but she's a Palestinian human rights activist. And there was big controversy with the local school. She spoke at an assembly, and she said comments that were taken to be anti-Israeli, and the Jewish community protested. And now, like the principal of the school has been fired. The superintendent has stepped down, and there's continued controversy. So there was an assembly hosted by the Jewish Voice of Peace, saying that you're basically being pro-Palestinian. Human rights is not anti-Semitic, because she was portrayed as being anti-Semitic. So I met this woman. She's a good woman. My opinions on Israel, Palestine don't really matter that much, in terms. But I showed up and showed support, and I live streamed it. So people to check that out if people in the chat or something want to talk more about it. And so Rabbi Alpert, who happens to be Esoteric's wife, local, she was a speaker and also active in pro-Palestinian or civil rights. And then there was a Q&A, and there was actually even like a disruption and protests, and so pretty heated. So people could check that out if they're interested. Local Detroit. So yeah, Esoteric, I've been following his content. I actually heard him lecture. As said, he's the Rabbi Alpert's husband. He was a professor at Wayne State. He came to the downtown synagogue. So I heard him live before he started his YouTube event. And, said interesting things. And he started his YouTube. His YouTube's really taken off, almost 370,000 subs. And so it came out recently with this claim on the origins of Christianity. And, it's kind of like Adam Green, like in the sense, he's kind of saying the same thing as Adam Green, but from a different perspective, that like Paul was a Kabbalist. Although I think he holds that Jesus was a real figure. So, like my opinion doesn't matter. It's tough to say, like, I've spoken about it with Adam Green, and the rabbis actually disagree whether Jesus existed or not. So, but, so a lot of people, especially the non-Christians, that Christianity was formed by Paul. So he's got his new statement, new claim that Paul was a Kabbalist. So we'll see if he does some more research or something on that. That was a little bit interesting. So you have a few articles, and so let me try to do a little bit of a song. So 1971, you're already in the hippie era. Don McLean, I guess, is kind of folksy, so it's post Beatles, and Don McLean is probably still like Peter, Paul, and Mary, still in the era of folk music. I'm not even sure if he uses an electric guitar, but this song became relatively popular, the American Pie. It's disputed the meaning of it. He has his own ideas of the meaning or the various things, but relatively it's a simple song to play on the piano or guitar, so it's a popular American song. And the content, and actually Amy and her friend Empress were talking about the Book of Job. So like this one line of I think it has ancient origins that this will be the day that I die. So long time ago, I can still remember how the music used to make me smile. And I knew if I had my chance, that I could make those people dance, and maybe they'd be happy for a while. But February made me shiver when every paper I deliver, bad news on the doorstep. I couldn't take one more step. Can't remember if I cried. Read about widowed bride. Something touched me deep inside the day the music died. So the Korean foreign minister stopped at that point. He didn't even do the chorus. But, the chorus obviously is the most well-known part. Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Then the good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing, this will be the day that I die. This will be the day that I die. And there's the second part. Did you write the book of love? And do you know, have faith in God above, if the Bible tells you so? Now, do you believe in rock and roll? So I apologize, I didn't prepare this song. I didn't even have a chance to listen to it before the stream. So unfortunately, my key is probably a little bit off. But like a song analysis, that a folk song is still relatively popular. I think when President Obama was inaugurated, that they sang American Pie at Obama's inauguration. That it said, like, I remember even in Israel, in like summer camp as a kid, in Washington Square Park, people knew this song. People would sing this song, and I was taking it esoterically to think like the day the music died, and like so unfortunately I'm down on America. Like I think America is declining, and as the Korean foreign minister say the day the music died, that could have really been like America. Like the music's coming to an end, and bad things are coming. Not hopefully not like violence, war, famine, horrible things. But I think America's best days are behind us. And when the Korean minister stopped at the day the music died without doing the chorus, God forbid, like I think this is the day the music died, and like it's all fun and games when the music's going. Saying like drinking whiskey and rye, singing this will be the day that I die. God forbid, it could be the day that we die, and hopefully not war, but there's a lot of bad things happening in the world. Like the Israel-Palestine, very tensions there. The brink of violence. Just what's happening in Israel, Ukraine. Ding Liren winning the world championship in chess. Saying the U.S. we're not on top of things anymore. If we are in competition with China, there's no reasonable reason to assume that we would beat China in an event like Russia, Ukraine. I've been on Defense Politics Asia. Hey, Empress, thanks for tuning in. So my new friend Empress, friends with Amy. If you even want to come on and chat a little bit, and you were talking like a reading or something, we spoke a little bit, but I put the link in the chat. So if Empress, you want to come on and chat a little bit. Like generally, I'm not so chatty. I'm more educational. But if you want to introduce yourself or talk to like streaming about ideas, things that you're interested in, things that you're researching, feel free to take the link and pop on. But yeah, God forbid, I took that as karmatic. That the Korean foreign minister stopping at the day the music died, and I could see that in America, like the music has died, and some people are still dancing, but so we'll see. So I thought I'd list that as a song. So yeah, God forbid, I have stuff that I wanted to cover in relationship to my regular research on consciousness, science, the philosophy of science. Most notably, what I've been talking about the last few weeks is biology, molecular biology. I have my debate with Joanna this week. So people have been following me for a long time, like Week in Review, Jennifer, and Jennifer's schedule has changed, so I'm still in contact and friends with her, but it's unclear, whether we're going to be able to work together, team up again for Week in Review, and just her schedule, even Sunday night. So as of now, the near future, Doooovid will be doing Week in Review solo, but I streamed on Jennifer's channel Week in Review for 3.5 years, and the main topic we covered was the science of consciousness. Empress was talking about reincarnation, and we're both believers in reincarnation, had some Hindu spiritual leanings, and it kept the program going forever. Enough chemistry and mutual interest, but the main common interest was our love of science, and we talked about all kinds of things, like various topics. Even like on Amy's last night, I was talking about Dunbar's number, and so that's something we had covered on Week in Review. And Jennifer was, she has a degree in physics, very academic, intelligent woman. And hey, Jovid, thanks for tuning in. Also, you're welcome to pop on. So the link is in the chat. So if anyone wants to have a quick discussion, introduce yourself. I have the StreamYard link pinned, although soon, like, I'm going to move on to just reading some scientific articles. So like Week in Review is, just put myself out there, so anyone who wants to talk or pop in, say hi, have guests, talk about streaming, but also my regular research. And right now, I have a lot of research. I have my multiple truth hypothesis I showed 2 weeks ago on God forbid, tongue twister here, on monism. So I still plan on writing this article on monism. I'm also in the middle of research to write an article on the cognitive revolution. And then I did the first 5 parts of my philosophy of science, and I have more research related to the philosophy of science that I want to do. But I've been doing some related things, because I was debating evolution. So I mentioned the evolution debate of the rise of science largely coming from physics and what they call reductionism, where physics is considered the the gold standard, or the of the scientific method, where you have mathematical formulas that could exactly predict future events about masses moving in space over time. And you have chemistry, the periodic table, like Jennifer and your quantum periodic table, which theoretically could be reduced to physics, and biology that theoretically could be reduced to chemistry. And the scientific method, there's like William Harvey was a contemporary of Descartes, and I believe that Descartes and Harvey were familiar with each other's work. And in terms of overthrowing the Greek Aristotelian physics and biology happened simultaneously. So the Galileo and the experimental method that led to the overthrowing of Aristotelian physics and the rise of Cartesian mathematical formulations of universal laws happened at the same time as the overthrowing of, there is Aristotelian biology, but biology was more formulated by Galen and actually, I'm Ralph, who were mentioning briefly the Greek history of Alexandria, that much of the Greek biology and medicine arose in Alexandria, like the Hippocratic Oath, Hippo of Alexandria. A lot of the famous Greek doctors were not in Greece properly. They were in Alexandria, as the Library of Alexandria. But then Galen was the Roman codifier of anatomy and medicine. And so Galen was basically the standard educational tool of medicine till William Harvey. And there were problems like Galen, at that, for a period of time, you couldn't do human dissections. Even like the Greeks were superstitious about human dissection, and most anatomy was based on the dissection of animals. And so there were problems with basic anatomy, and like I was mentioning on the evolution debate, and I covered last week biological teleology, which means purpose, and like vitalism, where it's believed that biological organs perform a certain function. And so I covered that in the slides. And but there was a lot of problems, like with the brain and the heart, and like a lot of people thought the brain. I think Aristotle thought the brain was a cooling agent. Empress was talking about this verse in Job that uses this obscure Hebrew word that was like inner parts that could possibly be translated as mind. But in the Hebrew Bible, like Psalms, a lot of times the mind is referred to as the heart. So, like the Greeks, a lot of people believe that the mind or the soul was in the heart, like the heart of understanding, as opposed to the brain. And the idea that the heart had a function of pumping blood came with William Harvey. People who know the history of science, William Harvey is basically a household name. I'm not sure, but William Harvey in the 1600s, about the same time as Descartes, comes up with the theory of the heart pumping blood and the oxygenation cycle. And that went against the Galenic Aristotelian biology, and it started a new level of empirical medicine. Although, as I mentioned, like with Church of Entropy, Helmholtz. So when Helmholtz, covered like the origins of the scientific method in science, largely goes to physics, Galileo, Descartes, Newton, where Galileo starts the experimental method and the concept of having universal laws through mathematical formulas. Although Galileo is not even necessarily universal laws. So Descartes, forms the, called like the unification of algebra and geometry, and the conceptualization that are the universal laws of physics that could be described in mathematical form. That and also Newton advances it to having masses operating in space over time and even having empty space. So the concept of empty space is also problematic, and Descartes has his extension. So people like res extensia, res cognition in the Latin, where you have the world of thought and the world of extension, as opposed to the material realm. Yeah, Lambie, thanks for tuning in. Empress mentioned the heart, but most traditions have the heart having some sort of cognitive function, and even the Bible, most biblical scholars, it's very clear that the heart is used to express some sort of cognitive function. And in ancient times, even to think that cognition occurred in the brain or the head, there were some thinkers, but it wasn't universal at all. In in the ancient times, it was unclear of whether people even thought that cognition happened in the brain, and thought that it happened in the heart. And so William Harvey comes up with the theory of circulation, and that the heart's purpose is to circulate blood, and that can be scientific. So you have elements like scientific medicine really doesn't start till the last 100 years. So you have the Flexner report, 1910. I'm not sure if it was Vannevar Bush or maybe that's later. But Flexner does a study of medical school education across America. And at that point, medical school education was not standardized. And a lot of medicine was based on superstition. And even to say that there should be such a thing as the scientific medicine. Like I mentioned last week about the origins of scientific societies, and so you had the Royal Society in London is really like the first official, scientific society, but they're precursor societies in Italy in Galileo and students of Galileo, and these scientific societies in Italy that weren't quite yet scientific because it was pre the scientific method. The Royal Society of London was specifically founded and based on the scientific method. But the Italian scientific organizations were mostly medical based. So Galileo, he was doing physics, and it was the beginning of the telescope and celestial mechanics, and maybe like Leonardo da Vinci, and people made devices. But the main thing was medicine, and they had gardens because medicine may not even call it scientific medicine, but like medicine, medicine itself, like today you refer to medicine as cures, and now you could have chemical synthesis processes of man-created medicines from chemicals, but even a lot of the man-created chemicals are natural. So historically, medicines are usually rare plants. And I don't know if Empress, if you're into like herbal remedies. Actually, I saw my grandfather's grandfather, my father's side, was like considered an expert in his small town on herbal remedies, and people would get sick, and he knew like what type of plant or herbal remedies would benefit various sicknesses. So the precursor to the Royal Society of London and even the Galilean Scientific Society actually had these big gardens, and one of the things they grew in these gardens were various medical herbal remedies. So there's an overplay between the history of medicine and the scientific method. However, scientific medicine is something of the last 100 years. Yeah, John Wolf, you want to pop on and talk a little bit about streaming, or Amy, or what's going on too? I got the link there. So you could do like in the Talmud also, like the Talmud is full of herbal remedies. That there's, I think someone collected, there's over like 3,000 herbal remedies in the Talmud. And some of these are just like empirical to say, well, it's tested, it's worked. That I know this, God forbid, this person got sick, and they took this medicine, and it worked, and it's empirical. And like if you have this sickness, you take this medicine, and in that sense, it's empirical. There's elements of the scientific method. Also, with Galileo and the invention of the telescope came the microscope. So Hooke, I'm pretty sure it's Hooke, who also has Hooke's law with relationship to the spring law, also is the discoverer of the cell. I'm not 100% on that. I have to look into it, or if any science buffs in the chat, if it's the same Hooke that discovered the spring law, also is the first, so to say, discoverer of the cell. But the same time that the telescope is being used to celestial mechanics, that the microscope, the same basic technology of the telescope, was being used to discover the cell. However, advances in biology were minimal in terms of the scientific method. So there was all sorts of advancements in physics. So after Newton and the formulation math, calculus and Leibniz and Newton, you have all sorts of advancements in physics, specifically mechanics. You're talking motions of bodies, like force, momentum, impulse. Energy is a later concept. So it's covered on Week in Review that you have a lot of advancements in heat and thermodynamics. So after Newton comes up with the laws of force, the main thrust of science is celestial mechanics and predicting the motion of heavenly bodies. Like the church and the religious people and are very concerned with that. But then also engineering. So you have a little bit of like mechanical engineering, and buildings, and but the main engineering thrust is the steam engine. And so then you have a different development in physics through the steam engine and combustion, and eventually will become the energy equivalent, the heat energy equivalent, the transference of heat energy into mechanical energy. And like I read that article, was either last week about Joule and the testing of the precision of the mechanical equivalents of heat energy, where if you are burning fuel and the fuel lets off a certain amount of heat, and the heat runs a piston or spins something, that will be able to do a certain amount of work, and that would be able to like move a train or a boat, the steam engine and the railroad. And so from like the 17 to 1800, the steam engine is one of the most important things, but there are all sorts of minor advancements. And you also have advancements in electricity and magnetism, like Volta, the discovery of the battery. And in the 1800s, science, the late 1800s, really like the 1870s or 80s that I was reading last week, you have the unification of physics under the conservation of energy. And that was by no means, like at the time there were multiple various schools, and Helmholtz himself and other people did not think that science would be unified under conservation of energy. A lot of them thought impulse or force. And like when Helmholtz came to London, I read on Week in Review the overview of Helmholtz travels to the Royal Society of London. So you had the continental German idealists and the British empiricists. And the British were more like empirical testing, scientific method, as where the philosophy of science, metaphysics was bigger in Germany, France. And so you had the continentalists that were more philosophical, and the British were more imperialist. And that's what I talked in my science of philosophy of science, where you had the main philosophers like Hume and Kant, where Hume is a pure empiricist, and Kant talks about the limits of empirical observation, the limits of empiricism. So that's they're referred to as I forget the word, the British empiricist and the continental rationalist, or I think they're called rationalists, but I have to look that up. And but they unify physics through agreement between the mainland in Europe through the Royal Society of London and the various societies in Europe through the conservation of energy. And then you have Maxwell's laws of electromagnetism. There's certain mathematical advances. So there's mathematical advances happening the whole time, from like Leibniz to Euler is post-Newton. You have the Bernoullis and Euler, and there's precursors, like I mentioned, reading last week in Bernoulli and others about, I don't know, Orfeo. I have to look up, but I'm saying scientists, they refer to the British empiricists, meaning that the British purely wanted to go off of the scientific method in terms of experiment and observation, as opposed to the continental rationalist that wanted philosophical explanation. So like Kant wanted some sort of metaphysical understanding of what's going on, as opposed to the British, like Newton, is the British empiricist, who they didn't really care so much about the metaphysics. They just said, well, what works and what could be tested. So like Newton said, like, well, we're just going to create physics and calculus to work with masses moving through empty space over time. Like, how do you define mass? What's empty space? What's time? Does it metaphysically make sense? So the British empiricists weren't so concerned with the metaphysics behind the science. They just say, like, did it work? Can you make predictions? Can it be measured? As where, like, the continentalists, mostly the German and then with Prussian or French, they were more concerned with the metaphysics. Kant being the main name, and then you have like the Neo-Kantians and various factors. But it's saying that the continental rationalists and the British empiricists agree to unify science under the conservation of energy, and that has multiple aspects. So there's 6 different types of energy that is modernly understood in science, where you have heat energy, mechanical energy, magnetic energy, electrical energy, chemical energy, and nuclear energy. I guess the potential energy could be a form of multiple forms of the energy, but mechanical energy was the first energy to be discovered with Newton, and like Galileo and even his experiments have this concept of energy and potential energy with like balls rolling down inclines. And then the next energy was heat energy, and then the steam engine already starts having some theories like the Carnot cycle, the precursors of the mechanical equivalent of heat energy, and that heat could be transferred into mechanical energy, although it was unclear, and even to say that there would be some sort of global conservation of energy was not agreed upon by even the physicists till the late 1800s. And things like friction, so that when something slows down in motion, that it's caused by friction, but where does the energy go? And so now we understand that friction means that the energy is dissipated into heat energy. And in the beginning of the 1800s, you start having the first signs of electricity, although like electricity like Edison and Tesla really come in the 20th century of like Edison and the light bulb. You have some things like the telegraph, and you have various things, the battery. I mentioned I talked about mesmerism. So you had the discovery. I mean, they knew about magnetics and some forms of electricity even going back into ancient times. However, the first real advancements in electricity start happening in the early 1800s, like Volta and Ampere, and Maxwell in the late 1800s. You have the unification of electromagnetism, and the laws basically still that we have today, Maxwell's equations, and that's based on other things like Laplace's operator and differential equations and calculus and like eigenvectors and a lot of mathematical tools. But so in the history of science, first you have mechanical energy, then you have heat energy, then you start to have electrical and magnetic energy, and then I'm not even sure if chemical energy predates nuclear energy, but next you have chemical energy, which comes later, like Lavoisier and the discovery of the periodic table and oxygen and molecules. And like, I'm going to read, I have more stuff today on the origins of molecular biology. So molecular biology really doesn't start till like the 1930s and isn't formalized till the 1950s. But like chemical energy starts the late 1800s, early 20th century, and then you have like Einstein and nuclear energy, and the first nuclear bomb, World War II, where you had concepts about nuclear energy, but like Einstein, obviously had his theory of relativity and the conservation of mass and energy. But that there's 6 different forms of energy, and that there's a conservation principle. So in relationship to biology and evolution, so one of the founders of that I read last week, I can't remember his name, was a physician, and had thought about the conservation of energy in like the 1850s related to blood and medicine. But it was unclear whether biological cycles or operations would correspond to physical laws. So when Helmholtz is considered one of the most important players in the unification of science under the conservation of energy. Joule, which I read last week. So Joule was a great experimentalist, and Joule did a lot of the experiments that tested and gave numerical values for the heat equivalent of the mechanical equivalent of heat energy. And so your energy is referred to in the unit of joules. Although Helmholtz probably plays a more important role, but Joule was the great experimentalist. And so Joule is the one that the energy unit is named after. So anyone study physics, and you write J after it in joules, and energy would be mass times distance squared divided by second squared. That in that unit is referred to as the joule. But Helmholtz had questioned when he was at the Royal Society of whether biological processes correspond to these physical laws, and at that point it wasn't sure. And atheism was still relatively new. There was evolution, but vitalism was actually still the mainstream theory. So a lot of people believed, just like with celestial mechanics, that divine force, that so I think Lagrange or Laplace, I forget, I always confuse the two, but I think maybe it's Laplace who meets Napoleon and shows him his theory of celestial mechanics, and Napoleon asks him where does God fit into all this, and Laplace says, I have no need for that hypothesis, although some people say it's an apocryphal story, but that the physics became good enough that you didn't need like God or some sort of special. The equations were predictive enough that they could make predictions without needing some sort of special spiritual explanation to keep the phenomenon intact. And to some extent, for biology, is still not at that point. So like the hard problem of consciousness, even like cell biology, the problem of biological reductionism, teleology, you do actually still need metaphysical or supernatural explanations for biology. The problem of entropy, it was mentioning just in functions that does life go against entropy, not just evolution, but life in general go against entropy. So Helmholtz had predicted that eventually that they would be able to reduce biological functions into some form of conservation of energy. And eventually in the 1950s, with the rise of molecular biology, you started having metabolic pathways that are based on the conservation of energy. And, metabolic pathways are usually referred to as adiabatic, or the word's slipping me, but either whether they require energy or produce energy in something like photosynthesis or the Krebs cycle in eukaryote cells and human cells. We have the Krebs cycle with like the ATP, and it's based on the conservation of energy. It takes a certain amount of energy that the body has to supply to start the Krebs cycle, and then ADP is turned into ATP, and that would be the conservation of chemical energy, that chemical bonds are formed and broken that release chemical energy, and then that chemical energy is released into the body, and that's like carbohydrates and fat cells, where you could burn fat and sugar to release energy. And so that's the conservation of chemical energy to heat and mechanical energy. And so anything in metabolism is scientific in the sense that it's based on the conservation of energy. So they're pretty important issues. And so let me enter back screen share. And so like a little bit of a ramble on, like where I'm holding in my philosophy of science. And right now I'm researching the formalization of molecular biology. And so that, is the whole history of the science, philosophy of science, and specifically the unification of science under physics and chemistry under the conservation of energy, and the attempt of biology as a science under the conservation of energy, but also like just that you have the problem of teleology, where that I'm not sure if I don't think Joanna really understood the point I was making, or even why it's problematic. But from a materialistic evolutionary perspective, it's very difficult to say, well, the purpose, the function. So if you say like the mitochondria, the endoplasmic reticulum, the cell wall, the nucleus, the DNA, the RNA, protein, or whatever various parts in a cell, or systems like muscle, skeletal, nerve, that they perform a function. So, because that's somewhat of like an anthropomorphization to say, well, material aspects don't have a function, and if the function is purely determined by the form, so that goes back to Galen and vitalism and teleological biology, where it's believed that human organs, biological material, has a soul to it, and the function is derivative of some sort of spiritual vitalistic function. So biologically, you say, well, how is it that atoms, just a molecule that hydrogens, carbons, oxygens, nitrogens, when put together, all of a sudden perform a function, and these functions group together for the sake of the unit of life? And it's actually still a difficult philosophical problem, and mentioned it could contradict the law of entropy. So I'll go back to screen share. And so I had this week, so this one was a little bit interesting. So here's interesting. This Alfred Lotka. So like I was telling Joanna on our conversation on evolution. So Lotka is the former of these differential equation laws on population. I think like the predator-prey models, I think are partially his. And as evolution, and so they discovered like information theory, the rise of DNA, and the central dogma of biology from Francis Crick, Watson and Crick, the discovery of DNA, the central dogma that DNA codes for RNA and RNA codes for protein, and information is contained in it. So one of the earliest objections was entropy, and evolution as something that goes against the laws of entropy. So here, this is 1945. Lotka, who I believe was one of the developers of many aspects of biology, including like the predator-prey models that have some differential equations. So I'm not going to read from that article. Here is something interesting. So this, I'm not going to read from this either. In this, I'm going to go back to the monism. So this week I don't have any more in monism. I'm still reading some books on monism and doing more research, but I'm going to try to finish my article on monism. And like Helmholtz, a lot of the people in the late 1800s around the conservation of energy were monists. Mentioned like Russell and Whitehead, and neutral monism, and monism specifically to biology, but even just to physics. He's saying you have a teleological problem of form and function. So like going back to Descartes, you had like Aristotle held dualism in the sense of matter and form. So the dualism, according to Aristotle, was form and matter. And then it wasn't necessarily mind and matter. And form, so Descartes, with the unification of geometry and algebra, tried to reduce form and matter to one of the thing, and then to separate mind as the other element. So in Cartesian dualism, it's res cognita and res extensia, and res extensia unifies form and matter, and then the other realm is of thought. As opposed to the Greeks, the division of dualism, what they call hylomorphism, was form and matter. So the monists, like we mentioned, like neutral monism, we talked like last week, well, what is this neutral element that could give rise to both the cognitive, the mental, and the physical? And there were certain possibilities like images or sensations or perceptions, that perceptions is this neutral element that is the precursor to both physical and mental aspects. And so energetics that I mentioned within monism, many of the theories held that the conservation of energy applies to non-physical laws also. So you have like the 6 energies of mechanical, heat, electricity, magnetism, chemical, and nuclear, but that the conservation of energy would also apply to objects of mind. So let's read the abstract. Human society is an open system that evolves by coupling with various known and unknown energy fluxes. How do these dynamics precisely unfold? Energetics may provide further insights. We expand on the Navier-Stokes approach to studying non-equilibrium dynamics in the field that evolves with time. Based on the social field theory and introduction of the classical field theories, we define social force, social energy, and Hamiltonian of an individual in society. The equations for evolution of an individual and society are sketched based on the time-dependent Hamiltonian that includes power dynamics. In this paper, we'll demonstrate the Lotka-Volterra type equations can be derived from the Hamilton equations to the social field. So that, as I mentioned, Lotka, who was part of the predator-prey model and talked about entropy useless and empress there. So talking about energy, conservation of energy. Like, so if you have a monist viewpoint, so I tend to lean towards dualism in that there's 2 separate realms that interact according to different laws of the spiritual and the material. But the monist view is there's one substance that gives rise to both the spiritual and material, and the unifying principle between them is energy. And to say that, like, okay, so we know for physics and the sciences that you have this conservation of energy, and everything within science is based on these balances of energy. So the spiritual perspective also, there's also these energy balances, and that so I'll read a little bit here. Human life is a complex system. It's very difficult to interpret human life based on its physical properties alone. Let's postpone the genesis of life for now. We'll focus here on human life after it emerges. Whether one reads Longfellow or Tesla, they each point out that human life is a movement. What is the nature of this movement? Instead of making an eponymous hypothesis, we conjecture that the human system and its underlying movements are not much different from many other systems around us. In order to make some sense of conscious human beings, we may need a higher level of comprehension along with some generalizations beyond the classical field theories. The classical field theories define the potential energy of an object within the field of the other object that shares the same property, such as mass or charge or dipole strength. A force is the gradient of the potential energy. Many phenomena in nature can be interpreted in terms of 4 fundamental forces: electromagnetic, gravity, strong and weak forces. Are the myriad phenomena in nature governed by just these 4 fundamental forces? Many of us assume such a notion to be true. Nonetheless, some scholars are in search of a more general principle that may be applicable to living beings. Mark Buchanan suggests looking at the patterns rather than the people in order to study human systems and behavior. Robert Lautland is in search of organizational forces beyond the microscopic rules of physical principle where the whole can be greater or less than the sum of the parts. Such organizational force may be at play in the field generated by dipole, electric, or magnetic. The orientation of one dipole has an effect on the energy of the other dipole within this field. If these two dipoles constitute two separate systems, we may be able to see an effect similar to the organizational force, where the whole becomes not only more than, but very different from the sum of the parts. We proposed there exists a new type of force, especially among social beings. Early, we have made a case for the social field theory by a generalization of the classical field theories. Based on this theory, we define Hamiltonian of an individual in society. The equation for the evolution of an individual sketched here based on time-dependent Hamiltonian that includes power dynamics. In this paper, we'll examine the Navier-Stokes approach to studying the non-equilibrium dynamics in a field that evolves with time and establish the Lotka-Volterra type equation can be derived from the time-dependent equation in the social field. This article is organized in sections. Section 2, we start with the background information, followed by a short review of the available literature on energetics. Social field theory is summarized in section 4, and the subsequent sections will present some properties of the field with the groundwork spanning from sections 6 through 9. We propose equations of motion for an individual in society in section 10. A quick summary of the implications for physics and economic science are documented in section 12 and conclude with a brief discussion in section 13. So let me read a little bit more of this, just the background. So, and basically they're trying to extend the mathematical application of energy gradients in mathematics of physical laws to social laws. And you could take a spiritual approach to this and just saying like, well, the calculus and equations that govern such things like, you know, energy, motion, electricity also govern spiritual phenomena. The same mathematical laws of conservation of energy also applies to spiritual phenomena. Measurement and logic are general methods in all science. In natural science, we base our measurement on concepts like space, time, and energy. Social sciences have identified many similar forces. However, it is yet to quantify social forces and social energy. There are many examples in science where proper quantification of the relationship among variables of interest in a mathematical language has opened up a structured reasoning that has eventually contributed to the advancement of science. The social science can be an exception if there is a fundamental difference between natural and social force sciences. No doubt they are two cultures existing within the limits of human observation. A part of social sciences is explanatory, which revolves around the development of noble concepts and theories. Social theorization involves a richness, freedom beyond a structured line of reasoning exercised in many physical theories. One needs to cut to the core of the issues beyond human observation. Along the lines of thought by Riemann, we argue that the effort connecting these two sciences should not be hindered by too narrow views, and progress should not be obstructed by traditional prejudices such as the conservation laws or invariance principles. An open system like human society may also be inferred based on many other open systems we analyze using thermodynamic principles. How do we communicate the tradition of knowledge and wisdom between social science and physical science? Is there a language that can cross these man-made boundaries? Based on our partial experience of natural science and encounters with colleagues across this divide, we think there are various concepts that may cross these boundaries. Energy is the simplest of all such concepts. We argue that energetics can provide a viewpoint from which the subject appears in its greatest simplicity, not necessarily the most fundamental one. Even the most complex creation of nature, human being must adhere to the correspondence principle in the laws of nature. It will be a misapprehension to assume that Mother Nature has not set up different laws for the human being. So this goes on and is actually quite scientific, because the claim is that these scientific laws and mathematical equations that govern physical properties also govern social qualities. And there's also claims that that would be, you know, spiritual and consciousness. So like if you're a monist, it might make sense that the dual aspect neutral monism, that if energy is like this neutral thing, that energy is a universal between mental aspects and physical aspects, or if you're a dualist, that that these mathematical formalizations or conservations would apply also in the spiritual realm, or as a pure materialist, that the goal would be to some form of emergence, that these social or mental laws that emerge from the material obviously would still have to follow these physical laws. So this is pretty interesting. It's pretty mathematical. So I skimmed through it and encourage people to look at it more. This energetics might be a topic that come back to more in the future. Okay, so here was minorly interesting on the role of the Rockefeller Foundation. And when I get to the cognitive revolution, like the Rockefeller Foundation provides a huge pivotal role in the rise of science in terms of the discovery of DNA, molecular biology, and artificial intelligence. A lot of it was originally funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. So I think it's actually an Israeli author, Penina Abraham, talks a little bit about the early Rockefeller Foundation. I think University of Chicago might have been originally funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. Weaver, who, with Shannon Weaver in information theory, went on to become the head of the Rockefeller Foundation and, giving the money away. And when I get back to the cognitive revolution, like Dartmouth and the original foundations of artificial intelligence also is largely funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. So, it's an interesting, note of, modern science. And also, like I mentioned, a lot about the Royal Society. So in Europe, we talked about, the continentalist, continental rationalist and the British empiricist, that it was through royal societies that, like Berlin and, the neo-Kantians, so I talk about the Vienna circles, you have a little bit of like post-royalty, but then you have a shift of the center of science moving to America. In America, you don't really have the unification of like the Royal Society. Even like the Flexner report in 1910, in the creation of the American Medical Association and scientific medicine, that you don't have it centered in the Royal Society, and there's different players, and one of the big players are foundations. And then later, like after Sputnik, so like vast governmental support for the sciences really come in the 50s and 60s, like after, during Kennedy, with when the Russians get ahead of us with Sputnik, the U.S. starts investing large sums of money. You have like the Manhattan Project and the nuclear bomb, but the federal government was not a big investor in science. You have some industry, but you had foundations like originally the Rockefeller, the Carnegie, later the Ford Foundation, and then corporations. So like these days, you have a lot of scientific discovery. It'd be through the Department of Energy, DARPA, or private corporation, which is in the Royal Societies of London is still around, but has diminished in importance. And so this was just interested specifically in molecular biology of the Rockefeller Foundation. And this one I might read a little bit also, and a little bit on information theory and biological reductionism. And so this Yoxen of the University of Manchester, one of the bigger historians of biology, he has a well-known article called "Where Does Schrodinger's What Is Life Belong in the History of Molecular Biology?" So Schrodinger, obviously Schrodinger's equation, the wave equation, wrote a book called "What Is Life?" And is considered one of the main precursors to the discovery of DNA, and that Watson and Crick credit part of DNA theory to Schrodinger. And this was mentioning to Joanna about information theory, that there was a hypothesis before. Originally, people thought that the information of genetics was contained in protein. And Watson and Crick discovered DNA, and then DNA rapidly emerges as the likely component of genetic material and as the basis of information for people who believe that like purpose or teleology or anything is contained. It's contained in the DNA. But Schrodinger had already had this theory that something like that had to exist before DNA was discovered, and he wrote this famous book called What is Life in 1943. So let me read a little bit more of this. In 1943, the distinguished Austrian physicist Erwin Schrödinger, at the time was working in exile in Dublin, gave a series of public lectures there on the contribution that physical theory could make to an understanding of the nature of life. These lectures were published the following year in the title, What is Life? The Physical Basis of the Living Cell. In the short but ingenious conceived work, Schrödinger considered the question of how to account for the specific lawfulness of living matter, and this line of analysis led him to consider the nature of the gene and the sufficiency of the existing framework of physical laws to encompass or explain the workings of the living cell. He proposed that the gene be thought of as an aperiodic crystal capable of encoding hereditary determinations within its structure, and that other laws of physics might be discovered in the attempt to explain how the particular order of living systems is maintained. Within the last 10 years, this book has come to be seen by some molecular biologists and historians of science as an important document in the emergence of molecular biology in the years since the Second World War. In what way it was important, if at all, is however a contentious issue. It is to this question and several that follow from it that this article is addressed. The most careful and extensive treatment of what is life to date appears in two studies by Olby, the more recent in his History of Molecular Biology, The Path to the Double Helix. Some of the ideas in this article are a response to my reading that book, for despite the care that Olby had taken to relate the central themes and concerns of what is life to the basic conceptual, technical, and methodological principles of molecular biology, one is left with a sense of anomaly. In some way, the archaic style, the abstruse argument, and the elaborate dated message of Schrodinger's book seem a curious sort of inspiration for the thrust and power of molecular biology as we perceive it today. Indeed, one reviewer of Olby's book, Seymour Cohn, has made the point explicitly in the fourth section. The now familiar story of the growing interest of the physicist and physical chemist in biology and natural polymers is told in perhaps too great detail. In my opinion, Schrodinger's book on biology did not contribute even to the early development of work on phage and does not warrant the space Olby gives it. Cohen, a biochemist by training and a member of the so-called phage group around Max Delbruck, then investigated the replication of bacterial viruses, has recently gone further in defining the marginality of what is life to the development of molecular biology. Concerning Schrodinger, I note the lectures were given in 1943 and first published in 1945. This means at least Delbruck, Luria, Hershey, Duerman, Anderson, and myself had been working on the phage when the book appeared. The summer laboratory for phage work at Cold Spring Harbors had been functioning for several years, and the first phage course had been taught by Delbruck in the summer of 1945. In 1946, there was half a dozen biochemists, a couple of physicists taking the course. One important aspect of the summer at Cold Spring Harbor and the following one were the many foreign scientists, the Wolf, Monad, Brackett, Efrosi, Guland, who were participating in the most important symposium. Few of these people had read Schrodinger, and in all the social and intellectual activities of those summers, I don't recall any mention of Schrodinger. Yet this is the book which leading molecular biologists like Crick, Watson, Wilkins, Hershey, Luria, and Benzer have described as having had a significant influence on their thinking just after the war, and for some of them, it was the force which drove them towards molecular biology. Is this just a question of the diversity of experience, or is it something more complex going on? For example, another reviewer of The Path to the Double Helix discussed at some length the relevance of the arguments from the 1930s to the conceptual framework of molecular biology. Schrodinger's book cannot be separated from the sometimes heated controversies enveloping mainly physicists, astronomers, and philosophers, but also some biologists in the decades between the wars. Among the problems which agitated those members of the scientific community concerned with the broader implications of scientific advance were the distinction of classical and quantum physical laws, the interpretation of the Heisenberg generalization known as the principle of indeterminacy, the certainty of laws resting on statistics, order and disorder, and the relation in the animate and inanimate world, the implication of the thermodynamic and evolutionary conceptions, last but not least, the perennial problems of chance and necessity, determinism and free will, nature and God. I should just discuss material below which supports this observation. The problem, as Tyke, the author of these comments, points out, is how to define the connection between these ideas which are present in Schrodinger's work and the molecular biology which came after it. Clearly, there's something which has to be untangled if a comprehensive and accurate picture of the history of molecular biology is to emerge. For it is one of the defining features of molecular biology that its analysis of living matter and the hereditary process in particular has been achieved by appropriating concepts, techniques, and procedures from the physical science and using them to build a new understanding of the operation of cells and the role of their genes. The question is, however, whether the connection between physics and molecular biology extends to a metaphysical and philosophical issues discussed by Tyke. How is such a connection to be conceived in view of comments such as those by Cohen? To put it another way, one might ask, what sort of science is molecular biology, if it contains within itself the legacy or the residue of these largely unresolved philosophical arguments? While at the same time, molecular biologists invoke the success of physics as a guarantee of the security of their picture of living matter. It is my contention that a deeper examination of what is life will throw some light on these issues and may lead us to reformulate our ideas on the history of molecular biology to be written. My argument in support of these claims falls into three sections. In the first, I want to review the reaction to the book from the time of its publication to recent comments by molecular biologists about it. The second section is concerned with the details of Schrodinger's biography, involving a close examination of his motivations and inspiration in writing the book, using material from notebooks and correspondence not previously brought into the discussion. The intention is to reveal the contrast between Schrodinger's perception of the book and molecular biologists' account of it in recent years. It is argued that Schrodinger's real purpose has been obscured by concentration upon that part of what is life concerned with the genetic code. In the third section, I will consider how the book might be recontextualized so as to integrate it in a more useful, satisfying way within the history of molecular biology. So let's go a little bit further with readers' reaction from the publication to the present day. What is Life was published in December 1944, the first of the many reviews that it received in the scientific, philosophical, cultural, and religious periodicals, magazines, and newspapers, appeared in early 1945. From the evidence of these reviews, the printing of a second edition in 1948, and the appearance of German, French, Spanish, and Japanese translations, and the comments from scientists at the time, there can be little doubt that it was a success. It enjoyed a wide readership, and many scientists gave the book serious considerations. Among the more distinguished scientific reviewers, one finds Haldane, Michael Poliani, Max Delbruck, Darlington, Hermann Mueller was also included a reference to it in his Pilgrim Trust lecture to the Royal Society in 1945, The Gene. In addition, it was reviewed in German magazines, the British Medical Journal, the Lancet, Proceedings of the Physical Society, Scientific Monthly, Current Science, American Naturalist, Oxford Magazine, and the Cambridge Review. So there's evidence to suggest that it could have come to many scientists' attention. Its considerable effect on the thoughts of several influential British scientists is indicated by the papers of Manton and Butler in Nature, both of whom have recently described the impression made on them by the book. In 1947, the physical chemist Stern published a paper on a possible genetic coding mechanism in the Yale Journal of Biology and Medicine, derived from the thoughts expressed in Schrodinger's book. and the article by Stern and Robert Chambers in 1948 edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica includes what is life in the bibliography. In Oxford, Sir Cyril Hinshelwood introduced the book to the research students in his laboratory, and at Los Alamos, the cosmologist George Gamow discussed it with his younger colleagues working on the fusion bomb project. One of them, Reitz, the author with Longmire, of an article, Living Matter and the Physical Laws, published in 1950, and based these discussions, has recently remarked, Schrodinger's book came out while I was a graduate student. Most of my theoretical colleagues in graduate school read it, were interested in it, and discussed it. Of course, there were many exciting problems in physics at the time, and we all had thesis problems to pursue. After I obtained my PhD, I left the Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory for a period of several years. Dr. Longmire arrived there about the same time. Longmire and I were involved with the new art of high-speed computing, and I guess we believe that the development would facilitate the solving of complex problems such as how biological activity comes from the direct application of physical and chemical laws. In weekly literary and political journals, the daily press, and on the radio, What is Life received considerable attention, with unreserved praise for Schrodinger's lucidity, literary facility, and profundity, and with deference to his presumed insight as a famous scientist. By contrast, nearly all the reviews in religious and theological journals were condemnatory of the moral position expressed in the epilogue. There is therefore ample evidence of the visibility of what is life in the early post-war period, and that by some scientists at least, it was highly regarded. This appraisal of its status and appeal is epitomized by the comment in the appearance of the second edition in 1948 by an anonymous reviewer in Plant Breeding Abstracts. This book has already become a biological classic. That blog has caused offense in some quarters. Professor Mueller's strictures on this chapter almost coinciding with those of the academician Lysenko. For this reason alone is worth reading. Lysenko's criticisms were made in 1948 as part of his condemnation of genetics as a politically unacceptable form of science. The mysticism expressed by one of the luminaries of Western physicists in the epilogue to What is Life is treated as a sign of the bankruptcy of biological investigation based on the gene. A similar point has been made with much greater care and philosophical acuity by the erstwhile supporters of Lysenko. Operin. Much of the attention that What is Life review received must be derived from Schrodinger's considerable international reputation. His principal achievement had been to create a mathematical model of atomic structure based on the idea of matter waves suggested by de Broglie, and to show how the energies of the stable states of the hydrogen atom could be derived as the eigenvalues of the wave equation. These ideas were set up in 4 classical papers in 1926. In the same year, he also demonstrated that his ideas and those produced by contemporaneously by Heisenberg were in some sense equivalent. The acclaim which greeted these fundamentally important results in quantum mechanics were very rapid. It led to an invitation to go to Berlin to take up the chair formerly held by Max Planck, a position in which conferred upon him considerable scientific and social status and placed him a very special and extremely demanding intellectual milieu. In 1933, he was awarded the Nobel Prize, by which time he had resigned his professorship and departed from Germany for Oxford as a gesture of the protest against the Nazis. Thus, in the 1930s, Schrodinger's contribution to the creation of quantum mechanics brought him considerable scientific prestige amongst the relatively small community of physicists dispersed throughout the world. It allowed him to work in conditions of great autonomy and to indulge in his intense individualism. All these factors assured him of a lasting reputation, but also confirmed his remoteness from the practical, political, and institutional problems of the profession. This disassociation of status from practical engagement with the physics community was even more accentuated after the war, which Schrödinger had spent in Dublin after his compromising return to Graz in Austria just before the Anschluss, while his name became even more widely known because of the application of the eponymous wave equation in growing areas of physics, chemistry, material science, and engineering. He was working away from an expanded professional community of which the center of gravity had shifted to America and whose institutional structure had been profoundly changed as a result of the war. Given his previous career, his status as a Nobel Prize winner and European scientific intellectual who chose to present his book As his most carefully formulated thoughts on a fundamental issue, Schrodinger was assured of a wide and respectable readership after the Second World War. Since then, the work of the later years of his life in physics and philosophy had received little attention from the majority of physicists, except those who had taken pains to follow his thoughts. Yet the wave equation, in some form or another, is now introduced into most undergraduate courses in physical science throughout the world. What is also striking is that what is life has been allowed to remain in print despite the fact that some of the technical ideas have been discredited, and that the specific form in which Schrodinger asked his questions has become outmoded by advances in information theory, cell biology, and non-equilibrium thermodynamics. It is here that the recent statements by leading molecular biologists to be considered below about their interpretations of its message become relevant. The fact that Schrodinger's reputation can be seen to have ensured his book a wide readership provides only indirect evidence about the ways in which it had an influence, and this is the more important historical issue. At the same time, one of the themes of this paper is that we have to consider very carefully the nature of the evidence to be adduced in this case. Problems and evidence are closely linked as theory and observation. In this case, our perception of the problem has, I think, been affected by the evidence made available by molecular biologists, which has therefore to be used in a more critical way. Having considered the impact of What is Life and its publication, I want to develop my argument by looking more detailed at the various comments made about it and move thence to its treatment up to this present day. Not all the reviews of What is Life around 1945 gave primacy to the remarks on gene structure, although, as will become clear when the dominant contemporary mode of presentation of the book has been described, the tendency nowadays is to assume this. The paper in Nature by Butler begins with an approving citation of Schrodinger's remarks on the thermodynamics of living matter. He notes the division of opinions from Kelvin's ambivalent formulations as to whether life evaded the second laws of thermodynamics. Lewis' book took the view that it did, while Schrodinger is quoted as saying that the increase in free energy in the cell must be paid by an increase in dissipation elsewhere. Butler then refers very critically to Needham's essay, Evolution and Thermodynamics, which is a review of pre-war contributions to the problem. He goes on to consider what he calls the most important problem in chemistry, that of protein structure, and asked if the free energy change in the elaboration of a protein can be estimated as part of the larger problem of whether the formation of highly ordered molecular structure in living cells can be accounted for thermodynamically. This problem is approached by calculating the configurational entropy for a polypeptide chain, which is a logarithmic function of the probability that a protein will form one of the combinatory possible configurations of amino acid residues. This is found to be a small part of the free energy required to form peptide bonds. The implication is that there's no reason to assume that the second law of thermodynamics is not obeyed. This technical essay embodies two perceptions of what is life that have become obscured through a concentration of gene structure. Firstly, Butler regards Schrodinger's statement not only as part of an abstract discussion of the nature of life, but also is relevant to the specific problem of protein structure. This, too, was the conclusion of the article by Reitz and Longmire, described above as the fruit of discussions with George Gamow. It was their suggestion that computers could be applied to the problems in theoretical chemistry presented by protein molecules. Similarly, in 1953, What is Life was cited repeatedly in a collection of papers edited by Henry Quastler, Essays on the Use of Information Theory in Biology, in discussion of how to use the tools of thermodynamics and information theory to solve the problem of protein structure. Work such as this raises the question of whether the division between informational and structural schools in molecular biology was as clear-cut as Kendrew had suggested. Secondly, Butler, in referring to Needham's recent review of the literature, deconstructs that What is Life belongs with, and at the same time was seen to do so, attempts to formulate the nature of biological organization using theoretical models drawn from physics. It was this question that the French physicist Brilliant emphasized in his article, Life, Thermodynamics, and Cybernetics, published in 1949. Actually, he regarded Wiener's work in cybernetics as more likely to be of use in providing a theoretical explanation of the existence of metastable equilibrium or the operation of negative catalysts within a cell. The striking aspect of Brilliant's article are firstly that it considers the question of how physicists regard the sufficiency of the existing framework of physical law. Secondly, he considers the idea of Schrodinger and Wiener explicitly in relation to that issue. In fact, he suggests that the latter's cybernetic theorems may define other laws of physics of the type that the former considered might be necessary to define the nature of life. Thirdly, Schrodinger's argument is treated as valid and topical part of contemporary debate, although it is described as too ingenious to be entirely convincing. It is interesting to note that Schrodinger's attempt to extend the notion of physical entropy to the description of biological organization was based upon an unmodified structural conception of entropy rather than its reformulation of and generalization in informational terms. This extension of thermodynamic theory was being attempted at that time by scientists like Wiener and Shannon by drawing on the same work of Gibbs and Boltzmann, in which Schrodinger had such a deep interest. Moreover, as far as one can judge from the published work and the notebooks of his later years, this line of theoretical development was never of any interest to him. Brilliant's interest in the book is not at all surprising, given his work on crystal lattices, which made use of the wave equation calculations, and his papers in the late 1940s on the thermodynamic impossibility of the operation of a Maxwell demon. The latter achievement obviated the use of this device in support of vitalism. Brilliant and Schrodinger exchanged letters in 1956, although no reference to what is life seems to have been made then. But Butler found his thermodynamic speculations both inspiring and intellectually satisfying, and Brilliant considered them as interesting, if not the most advanced contribution. They found less favor amongst other scientists, for his remarks drew some serious criticism from former colleagues in Oxford, notably Professor Francis Simon, with whom these points were discussed. In consequence of a note appeared in the second printing of the book acknowledging Simon's objection to Schrodinger's argument and terminology. Evidently, this was not sufficient, however, for Simon, who wrote to Schrodinger on the 19th of December, 1946. You quote the fact that the combustion of coal releases heat as proof of your statement coal plus oxygen are in well-ordered state. Now, they are not. Oxygen has a high entropy, and these facts have nothing to do with each other. Hydrogen gas and oxygen gas react violently to form water, which has a smaller entropy. The reactions of the living body are only partially reversible, and consequently heat is developed in which we have to get rid of to the surrounding. With this irreversible produced also flow small amounts of reversible produced heat, but they are quite insignificant and therefore cannot have the important effect on the life processes which you assign them. You will see, therefore, that your suggested correction does not yet satisfy me, particular as one still gets the impression that, in your opinion, thermodynamic considerations are forcing living beings to feed on well-ordered substances. It is not made clear that the entropy considerations are irrelevant to the problem. Another physicist to fasten upon the thermodynamics of what is life was George Gamow, who seems to have found them satisfactory, at least at an elementary level. In 1952, he published his popularizing study of some of the fundamental problems in biology, psychology, and genetics, as he perceived them, entitled Mr. Tompkins Learns the Facts of Life. This work, one of a series in which Gamow was to become famous, uses the exploits of a fictional character, Mr. Tompkins, as the setting for an exposition of current biological theory. In the last chapter, the topic presented in this way is the thermodynamics of life, and the fictional content is a lecture by an aging professor. It was obviously Schrodinger. Gamow's book was a considerable success. For our present purposes, its significance consists firstly in its being a representation in a less intellectually demanding form of one part of the argument of what is life, and secondly in that the second revised edition, published in 1968, after many of the problems raised in 1952 have been solved through the advances of molecular biology, admits this chapter. By that time, Gamo's co-author Yoes judged its interest to have changed. In 1953, the science editor of the New York Times, Waldemar Comfort, published a collection of essays reprinted from his newspaper called Explorations in Science. In Chapter 9, Schrodinger's ideas concerning the gene and its code script are discussed as bearing upon the problem accentuated by modern biology of defining the nature of life, although there is no reference to the book. In 1953 was also the year in which Watson Crick's papers on the double helical structure of DNA appeared in Nature, and the year in which Stalin died in the Soviet Union, although the anti-genetical movement there led by Lyshenko continued to have an influence on research for some years. It was also the year in which the British cytogeneticist Darlington published a book on the social and ideological significance of genetics. In it, he expounded a deterministic theory of class society as an alternative to that of Marx, in which primacy is given to genetic factors and the statistics of populations of genes in the formation of individual characters and the maintenance of social structure. Part of the argument concerns the nature of life. At this point, what he calls Schrodinger's principle of regularization is introduced, which is said to account for the coexistence of atomic irregularity, which particularly at the level of the organism. Schrodinger's role here is thus to corroborate an argument about how the nature of life should be formulated. His principle of regularization is presented at a valid part of the contemporary scientific debate as part of the stock of ideas on which Darlington believed he could draw in creating his social theory, and as a supposedly objective scientific basis for his political ideology. In summary, then, from 1944 until the mid-1950s, various sections of the argument of what is life were presented to a variety of scientific and popular audiences. This took place in technical articles such as the papers in Nature, written by and for those active in research, or the papers collected by Quastler and some of the central problems in molecular biology. It extended to less formal discussions in professional journals devoted to a discursive treatment of scientific ideas like Physics Today, American Scientist, and Scientific American, and onto works of popularization written by scientists like Gamow and Darlington, or scientific journalists like Comfort. These references and discussions define specific representations of what is life. Despite their differences, they have two features in common. First, Schrodinger's rather abstract statement are associated with the common stock of concepts, formulations, principles, and theories commonly regarded as valid and interesting, and being reformulated or corroborated through contemporary scientific practice. My interpretation of the historical evidence is that in the early 1960s, the approach of what is life as a text that was topical scientifically gave way to a discussion as a historical object, referred to in this way initially by leading molecular biologists and latterly by historians of sciences. Secondly, not only did the book excite an interest in the problem of gene structure, as the statement by molecular biologists yet to be considered indicate, but also for a significant number of scientists, it was a useful contribution to the problem of order in biology. I shall suggest that what has happened subsequently is that the former view of what is life has obscured the latter. The phenomenon reveals an important aspect of molecular biology for which allowance has been made when writing its history. In 1962, the British crystallographer Maurice Wilkins jointly awarded the Nobel Prize with Watson and Crick for the elucidation of molecular structure of DNA, gave his Nobel address the first public statement of the historical significance of what is life. During the war, I took part in making the atomic bomb. When the war was ending, I, like many others, cast around for a new field of research, partly on account of the bomb. I had lost some interest in physics. I was therefore very interested when I read Schrodinger's book, What is Life, and was struck by the concept of highly complex structure which controlled living processes. Research on such matters seemed more ambitious than solid-state physics, and at that time, many leading physicists such as Massey, Oliphant, and Randall believed that physics would contribute significantly to biology. Their advice encouraged me to move into biology. It was useful to note that Wilkins' statement here refers not only to the impact of his reading of the book, but also to a number of contextual factors: the effects of the use of the atomic bomb on professional morale, the changing nature of research in physics, the growth of collaborative research, the increase in competition in established areas of investigation, and the validation of interest in biology by leading physicists. Thus, Wilkins has described a change in orientation and research topic that was not simply a result of reading a book, but the striking change in his reference to what is life, not as part of the fabric of contemporary scientific thought, but as a historical object, as one element in a process which occurred in the past. In 1965, Francis Crick, who was also trained as a physicist, contributed an introduction to a series of articles in British Medical Bulletin on molecular biology, in which he chose to generalize the view in What is Life proposed by Wilkins on those who came into the subject just after the 1939-45 war. Schrodinger's little book seemed to have been particularly influential. Its main point that biology needs the stability of chemical bonds and that only quantum mechanics can explain this was one that only a physicist would feel it necessary to make, but the book was extremely well written and conveyed in an exciting way the idea that in biology, molecular explanations would not only be the extremely important, but also that they were just around the corner. This having been said before, but Schrodinger's book was very timely and attracted people who might otherwise not have been entered biology at all. An article written by Olby on the production of The Impact of What is Life, a letter by Crick written in 1970, is quoted, in which he again emphasizes its importance in general terms, but carefully sets it apart from the more specific catalytic role played by the work of Linus Pauling. I cannot recall any occasion which Jim Watsons and I discussed the limitations of Schrodinger's book. I think the main reason for this is that we were strongly influenced by Pauling, who has essentially the correct set of ideas. We therefore never wasted any time discussing whether we should think in the way Schrodinger did or the way Pauling did. It seemed quite obvious to us we should follow Pauling. The implication seems quite clear. Schrodinger's book exerted on some scientists a powerful and transient influence in suggesting and validating a particular line of research, but in the subsequent rush to solve one of the problems brought into view, the work of others like Pauling was more useful. However, we are to infer from this that the history of science is to be conceived simply as the history of successful solved problems. While Crick and Wilkins, writing historically or at least nostalgically, described the book as the vehicle for ideas that led to their interest in the structure of the gene, they made no reference to the important metaphysical undertones of what is life or to Schrodinger's views on the laws of physics. In 1966, however, the German-born microbiologist Gunther Stent, writing an introduction to his former mentor Delbruck, introduced another perception of what is life and thereby accorded it a quite different historical role. It was the romantic ideal of other laws of physics might be discovered by studying the gene that really fascinated the physicist. This search for physical paradox, the quixotic hope that genetics would prove incomprehensible within the framework of conventional physical knowledge, remained an important element of the psychological infrastructure of the creators of molecular biology. Stent is claiming that the work of the phage group was basically a quest for these new physical laws that would stand in relation to complementary to those already formulated, and furthermore that the work of the phage group defined the beginnings of molecular biology, a point of view that has been criticized by Kendrew and Carlson. Stent's analysis can be made less contentious by treating it as a representation of the changing interests solely of Delbruck and himself in search of a paradoxical aspects of biological lawfulness against the background of molecular biology. This is Olby's interpretation, which I find persuasive. In 1967, Stent attempted to integrate these thoughts into a brief periodicized history of molecular biology and conducted a poll of his colleagues on the impact of what is life. As Olby noted, he received unequivocal support for his thesis, which was nonetheless repeated in the first chapter of his textbook on molecular genetics, published in 1971. In other work, Stent had shown a remarkable interest in metaphysical questions, their formative influence upon biology, and the correlatives in social and professional beliefs. Even if his historical generalizations now appear to have been rather hastily made, he has begun to address the question of whether the categories and assumptions of molecular biology were shaped by society or culture in which they were formulated. The contrast with the comments by Crick and Wilkins is obvious, but if Stent had attempted to make the book representative of a search for new metaphysics, other scientists have produced more positivistic readings. Carlson's The Gene, A Critical History, published in 1966, traces the development of concepts from classical to molecular genetics from 1866 to 1960s. Schrodinger's is presented as having written a book that popularized the molecular approach to biological problems, relying upon Delbruck's model of mutagenesis, which stimulated a number of physicists to enter the field of genetics, among them Seymour Benzer. But the special achievement with which he is credited is of formulating the idea of a genetic code. 2 years later, Fleming's essay on the emigre physicist and the biological revolution appeared. Molecular biology is presented as a subject created or legitimated by men working outside their original discipline, that is, emigres not merely from their country of origin, and thereby released from some of the constraints of professional socialization. These men include Delbruck, Szilard, and Schrodinger. Fleming suggests that their style of thinking was transmitted in some way to Watson and Crick, whose intellectual daring is suggesting a model for the molecular structure of DNA, belonged to and indeed epitomized this novel intellectual mode of operation now incorporated into biology. What is life thus presages and validates the new mode of attack on the secrets of life. The beginning of 1969 saw the publication in Nature of an extended reflection on the historical significance of the book in reply to Stent from British embryologist Waddington. Its aim was to divert some attention from the crowning achievements of molecular biology to the idea supposedly already under discussion in the prehistory of the subject before the war. Waddington mentions the discussions held in Klampenborg, a suburb of Copenhagen, in the late 1930s, under the sponsorship of the Rockefeller Foundation, between physicists and geneticists from Britain, France, and Germany. The main vehicle for the Klampenborg-type idea, which the molecular biological breakers through recognized as influence both because of its elegance and intellectual quality, and because it carried the authority of one of the leaders of theoretical physics. The part of What is Life that made the original impact is in fact a rewriting of the classical paper, which we use to refer to as TSD in terms of a gene molecule, the stability of which was ensured by quantum mechanical considerations. Waddington thus restates the idea to the worldwide readership of Nature that this was an important book, principally because it served as a vehicle for ideas relating to the gene thought out by earlier workers in the field. Finally, I want to consider Olby's contributions to the debate. His earlier study is partly a disquisition on the problem of reduction and the nature of molecular biology, partly a very suggestive analysis of the argument of what is life, and partly a description of the scientific and technical context in genetics, cytology, and structural chemistry, within which the book was produced and in relation to which Schrodinger's ideas appear somewhat anomalous and out of date. Two aspects of Olby's argument should be mentioned here. They are firstly Schrodinger's remarkable emphasis on crystallinity as a state that he held to be a unifying feature of all matter, and second is intense concern with other laws of physics. On the first point, it is Olby's judgment that Schrodinger deliberately ignored the unique character of the covalent bond which unites neighboring nucleotides in a polymer chain in order to stress an analogy between a polymer and a solid. He argues that Schrodinger made this unusual diversion into crystallinity partly because of the presumed limitation of his knowledge in chemical affinity, which would have stemmed from an era before the existence of macromolecules was widely accepted, and partly because of intense interest in other physical laws. Olby's discussion includes a number of references to the debate concerning the antithesis of statistical and deterministic laws of physics, and it's clear from his account that he intends What is Life to be seen as a contribution by Schrodinger to this debate. Moreover, he interestingly presents Schrodinger as having set out to create a metaphysical framework transcending the existing set of laws pertaining to the life sciences, and in this sense as motivating by a concern similar to that of anti-reductionists like Bohr, Delbruck, and Stent. While this analysis is very useful and represents a very clear reading of What is Life, it raises two sets of problems. The first derives from the fact that, for the most part, Olby's statements remained at the level of plausibility, which is to say, cooperation using the material Schrodinger's scientific and intellectual biography has not been carried out. This will be the concern of the next section. The second relates to what I described earlier as a sense of anomaly. How are all the levels of argument in What is Life to be related to the concepts and practice of molecular biology? It is merely that Schrodinger, for highly individual reasons, defined a problem in a way that provoked the interest of younger physicists who transferred his ideas to a separate emergent paradigm of molecular biology. Or is there a deeper thematic or philosophical connection between Schrodinger's interest in the way molecular biologists now contrive the nature of life? In the third section, I suggest that there are, and that they center around the problem of biological order. Okay, so I read about half of this, and there is the second and third section, and it's pretty interesting. So you want to put out some research there. So appreciate people who stuck in and found that interesting. If anyone wants to take the StreamYard link and come on, give my voice a rest, and we talk about something, any topic, anyone, Bueller, anyone new or whoever wants to pop on, feel free. Any topic, I have more stuff that I could read, but it's difficult for my voice to read that long. I wanted to go in depth into this history of molecular biology. It's very important to the history of science. It was related to the evolution debate, and more when I'm going to get into the second half of my series of the philosophy of science, where we start talking about like a model, predictions versus mathematics. Is physics the gold standard of science? Does all science, in order to be scientific, have to reduce to physics? Media hits. Yeah, Jennifer, thanks for being active in the chat. Art, good to see you. And the role of physical thinking on biology, specifically molecular biology, and the nature of what we consider scientific medicine, scientific biology, is different than the original physics. One thing, because like the problem of teleology that I discussed 2 weeks ago, and possibly I have another article on reductionism. So if I gather some strength to continue reading, we'll talk about reductionism and biological reductionism, mainly seeing biology being reduced to chemistry, being reduced to physics, and then other elements like genetics, evolution is not purely based on physics, science. It's based on information theory. And information theory, where does information theory? So this is going to be a topic I'm going to return to, especially when I talk about the cognitive revolution. And one of the bases of the cognitive revolution is information theory, the Shannon Weaver information theory. And I mentioned Weaver is the person who coined the term molecular biology, and Weaver became the head of the Rockefeller Foundation that funded many of these ventures. And then also like the reverse anthropomorphization that led to cognitive psychology, where you started having computer programs and models where the computers, I mentioned like Noam Chomsky, Harry Belafonte, lived a long time into his 90s. Noam Chomsky, thank God, still alive in his 90s. Noam Chomsky was around before the computer, when they were still using vacuum tubes. So, a lot of the precursors, the Rockefeller Foundation, the information theory, predates the computer and is based on information theory. And then as the computer, the transistor was developed, you had the ability to model things beyond that the human could. One thing, you had somewhat of a scientific verification based on computer modeling. So also for physics, in terms of like calculations, and like we can review with Jennifer, we had talked about AlphaFold. So the World Chess Championship today, and mentioned AlphaZero, AlphaGo, and the new form of artificial intelligence, and even ChatGPT has some of its precursors in AlphaZero and AlphaFold, and its new ability to predict protein folding from the genetic code. That before it was able to have like 80-90% accuracy from just giving the computer the genetic code to when the protein is eventually synthesized, to how it folds up upon itself and has the protein structure. So, I mean, that's already 75 years after Schrodinger's What is Life? And Shannon's information theory starts in like 1938, 1948. So most of the work of Shannon is before the computer, but in Shannon, Turing are working mostly with vacuum tubes, and then the transistor, like the 50s, and the Moore's law, and the extreme advancements in the transistor. But about the time you have Shannon's information theory, which is an influence on Schrodinger and his What is Life and the genetic code, in the sense like, well, now we have the concept of genetics, and like Jennifer in her debate on evolution, where the purpose of the gene is basically information, that the gene stores information, and it does it through the 4 different amino acids, and the central dogma of biology of genetics, that DNA codes for RNA, which codes for proteins. And then for evolution, you say, well, how does evolution work? For evolution is based on information theory, genetics is based on information theory. And so in terms of science, philosophy of science, how do we look at information theory? So it's a difference between physics and masses operating in space over time, where you have exact mathematical equations that could predict future positions of masses at future times, to information theory. And although generally information theory is somewhat mathematic and predictive, that we could call information theory a science. But when we look at biology, certainly genetics, not even like evolutionary biology, but just genetic biology, that genetic biology cannot purely be reduced to chemistry, to physics. It has to also be based on information theory. And so that was an important part of Schroedinger, where he understood that there had to be some genetic component that had information, and like teleology. So the answer to teleology is information theory. That well, how does like a cell have all these different organelles that perform different functions? Because it's all coded for in the DNA, and the DNA could just be looked at as information, and the information then determines what the proteins are made and how those proteins function. But it comes to another important question of, so to say, the British empiricist versus the continental rationalist, of what is the origin of information? How does information derive from the material? So you could have like empirical, well, I don't care about a philosophical, metaphysical explanation. There's a correlate, just like neural correlates of consciousness. How, does consciousness and thought derive from the material? We still don't have conclusive evidence. We just have correlates that, like an MRI scan, when a person thinks or does certain emotive or cognitive processes, that different areas of the brain light up, or that if a certain area of the brain is damaged, that it could prevent certain cognitive functions from being carried out. So in the same sense of genetics as a storehouse of information, that we know, like AlphaFold could take a genetic code and with 80 or 90% accuracy predict the eventual structure of the protein that will be formed from that code. So we say that is evidence, we talked about with Joanna in evolution. We're saying there's difference between science and evidence. Evidence is not necessarily scientific. Evidence is part of logic. Evidence can have a correlation, but in terms of isolating, testing, and falsibility. So there's a correlate, that clearly there's a correlate between the genetic code and the eventual proteins, and presumably the function of the protein. But metaphysically, what does it mean to say that the information is contained in something physical? And so I will return to monism. Hopefully next week, maybe I'll try to return to monism. And so at the same time, you had monism was one of the major thoughts, and part of monism, neutral aspect monism, is information is non-physical. So if you have like neutral aspect monism, you could say like image, sensation, perception, and some say information. So what is the monad? The monad is the I mentioned Esoterica, Professor Sledge. The first like 3 times I heard Professor Sledge speak locally before he started his YouTube channel was on Spinoza. And, Spinoza, pantheist, Leibniz is the monad. But, this question of like pantheism, so if you say the world is, God, all that is the world and the universe. The monad is saying, well, the world is just one aspect of what we see. We see 2 things, the Cartesian dualism of res cognitus and res extensia, like the material and spiritual realms, if you want to put it in those terms, like the Kabbalist of the material and spiritual realm, that the monad is the unit that is the building block of both. So Descartes is a dualist and say there's not one unit like a monad that gives rise to both. There are 2 separate units that give rise to 2 separate things. If it's say the realm of cognition, which include information, and the material. So monism in terms to biology is to say that information cannot emerge from materialism. Or if you want to claim that emerges, like, what is information? If information is non-material, what is the source of information? If it emerges from the material, what does that mean that it emerges? And what's the distinction between emergentism and dualism or monism? You would say that is there a fine distinction between claiming that like I'm a dualist or a monist and claiming that information is not something physical, and it's nonsensical to say that information emerges from the physical. And so either you'd be like Platonic dualism, where information is like a form and it's completely non-material, and it's dualistic, if there's something that information operating simultaneously parallel to materialism, you verse monism in the monad. And the Kabbalists, it's disputed whether the Kabbalists are monists or dualists. I mean, the Kabbalists certainly use dualistic expressions of the spiritual and material realm, although there's significant reason to think that the Kabbalists are monists. And obviously the strong emphasis on monotheism and there being one origin of everything. So even though there's God and the material and spiritual realm. So we got Michael here. I don't know if this is my new friend Michael from the Hebrew streams or someone else. Michael, if you're muted, or you dropped. So Michael dropped. I'm not sure if says me. So yeah, Michael, if you want to come on and talk a few minutes, definitely give me room to rest my voice, say Kriya Shema. And I'm not sure if you're listening to me ramble on the history of molecular biology and the distinction between monism, dualism, and like the Kabbalist, whether the Kabbalists are monist or dualist, in this question of information. If what is the source of information? If information is something non-physical, and what you call neutral dual aspect monism, where the monad is the unit that gives rise to both the material and the physical, and information is a derivative of, so to say, the monad. It's non-physical. So this is pretty interesting. It's a big aspect of actually Kabbalist, but it's related straight to science. And even in terms of physics and non biological material, but also biology. But if you want to talk about that or share your thoughts on that, please do. Or if you want to change the subject, that's fine. Also, I just week in review. I share my research, and this is molecular biology, monism are the 2 subjects I'm researching now the last few weeks. So I'm not. If you're talking, I can't hear you. I hear some noise.
Doooovid, how you doing, brother?
Okay, yeah, now I hear you great.
Nice to see you.
Okay, thank God. So my new buddy Michael, who we've been streaming now 2 weeks now, studying Hebrew. So did you have any comments on what I was talking about, monism, dualism, molecular biology, or did you want to talk about something else?
I just tuned in a few minutes ago, brother. So I just fed the dogs dinner. I'm kind of tuning in and out of what you're talking about here. So
we could change the subject, no problem. You said
sure.
Like we can review. So this just I try to research science,
Sure.
And so it's related also to Judaism, Kabbalistic thought. But yes, how you feel? You want to update people on your Hebrew progress and your prayers, or any subject you want to talk to. So whatever you're interested. In fact, if you want to ramble a few minutes, I'll say Kriya Shema and Spirit Somer myself, and maybe grab a quick bite. So you'll feel free to just say what you're thinking.
Yeah, for sure. I've been practicing morning prayers, starting my day that way. Been last couple days really into Torah just because we had the double parsha this past Sabbath, so very in depth with Torah, gaining fluidity, gaining speed. I was proud of myself. Baruch Hashem, I read Kedoshim in Hebrew in 38 minutes, including blessings. And for me, that's pretty quick. So I think I averaged out to about 22 words per minute, which for me, I'm pretty stoked about. So gaining speed, networking, trying to continue to find more community and stuff like that. Had Hebrew after I seen you the other day, sat down with my buddy Matt and gaining syntax and understanding the definitions and stuff like that. So yeah, man, as always, I appreciate your teachings. I appreciate you sharing your wisdom with me and learning more and more. So much appreciated, brother. So I actually just did Kriya Shema myself about 10 minutes ago, just before I tuned in. So
yeah, I remember when I was in yeshiva, even just here in Detroit, in Israel, and then I used to go like Rabbi Babayev locally, and a lot of people they like to preach. So I mean just people that are willing to teach or say something to people who actually will teach you just like straight Hebrew. And like I don't really like I was on this channel arguing with this Israeli guy who's kind of secular on political issues, and like my Hebrew is pretty weak, like relatively. I never formally studied Hebrew, but there were always people that were kind and friendly, and like I remember like Rabbi Babayev, and you just asked like what does this word mean? And like a lot of rabbis or teachers, they don't want to waste their time teaching you Hebrew, and but like a lot of people really were friendly with that. A lot of people I studied with, would let me ask them again and again, like what does that word mean? What does that word mean? And then like even forget, because like you might forget the next day, like what does this word mean? And then you ask them the same thing again. So there's a statement in the Talmud of the rabbi who taught the one student 400 times, and he kept on forgetting, and he had to teach him 400 times before he learned it. Some sort, but yeah, I mean, I feel bad myself, not bad like a lacking as a Jew in not knowing Hebrew well, and not like, I mean, there was a dispute among the rabbis. I was arguing about it earlier, and that a lot of the rabbis held that Hebrew shouldn't be spoken for mundane purposes, but only used for prayer. And obviously, that's not the major view in Israel. So very few people in Israel hold that. But just for the sake of prayer, for studying text, Jewish texts, for reading the Torah, especially reading the Torah. Like if you want to be the person who reads the Torah, you could only do it really by being a grammatical expert. and possibly like the prayer, like if you believe the better you say it, the more accurately you say it, the more likely the prayer is to be answered, or has a like sound vibration, however you understand it.
Sure.
So, and it's saying like that's probably my weakest point is actually Hebrew grammar, but I know enough to said the prayers, and I really worked because I was in Israel and studied Judaism full time 4 years, and I spent like 2 hours a day. I basically at some point had known every single word in the prayers, like because I had a notebook or a prayer book and I wrote it down because I spent so much time praying. I mentioned I prayed by these Hasidic places that were really serious with their prayer. They said every word slowly and loudly, so that like some point I'd known the translation of every single word in the prayers. However, I never got to reading the Torah, and it's a skill that I never developed, and it's unfortunate. I still hope to develop that skill. So you've kind of by reaching out to me, you've revived that interest in me, and also I'd like because I spend God forbid I'm lapse but I still spend tens of minutes every day praying. Sabbath, sometimes probably at least half an hour. I still spend hours every week praying. Like God willing, I'll put more time and thought into it. But to take my prayers more seriously, and Hebrew's the biggest learning curve barrier. Like downtown synagogue, I worked with them for a while, and I always encourage people the Hebrew, and people who stick with it. Saying, I mean, you're very serious about it now, but life changes, things wax and wane. You can come on to something new. But if you learn the prayers in Hebrew, you'll probably stick with it. Like that's one of the biggest dividing blocks. Like if you never picked up the prayers in Hebrew, you're still saying in English, and you fall out of like a Jewish community going to synagogue. Are you really going to say this stuff in English? And because like it doesn't feel the same. Like like if you're saying in English, it doesn't feel like talking to God. There's something special about Hebrew. So I'd say like if you make it over that hump of learning at least enough Hebrew to understand the prayers that you're saying, you'll probably stick with it. And they're addictive. You're just like Jews. Like okay, like if you're a convert, but even if you're just like if you're a Jew and you learn this stuff as a kid, you do it the rest of your life because like it becomes part of you. But you have to make past that barrier. Even my mother, at least the stuff that she does, she still has the Hanukkah blessings. So some of the basic blessings she has that memorized because she did it as a kid and she learned it in Hebrew as a kid. And so decades later she still has it memorized, even though she never really put much effort or any effort into it her whole life.
For sure. Absolutely. No, it is addicting too. The more that I gain fluidity, the more it's momentous. It really becomes addicting. After I get off the phone here with you, I'm going to grab my Torah and crack it open and get back to it. So
yeah, I'd briefly mention that like Rebbe Nachman and communicating to God in your own words. However, and it's good to communicate to God through your own words. But if you're a spiritual person, your main communication to God is through these canonized prayers and saying these prayers over and over again. So just like, yeah, it makes sense. I should wake up. I should thank God. I should thank God for like a whole bunch of things. And some of them may make more or less sense. But it becomes canonized where I mean, my dad is, I think, my dad, I think, says morning prayers. A lot of Protestants, if family or friends that are Protestant, like they might get on their knees or say some sort of generic prayer, which is the American Protestant ideal to just pray to God in your own words. But the canonized fashion where I do talk to God in my own words, and like I meditate constantly, but that actually when I think my strongest connection to God is through saying these prayers. And then also sometimes I'll say mantras, mostly from Psalms, where like constantly I'm by myself and I'll just chant over and over again.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
I was talking yesterday to on this other stream about friendship, and this person, like, I guess she's a Wiccan, and she had another friend who was like, I don't know if she called herself a witch, empress, if she's still around, or her husband is doing like Odin type stuff. And I'm more liberal in the sense that I would accept that, it's like, it's all the same thing. It's all about love, and like all religions are basically preaching and saying the same thing. And that's very disputed. Like in the Orthodox camp, like most people are exclusivists that think like our tradition is the only truth. But like I would take generally more liberal approach, and to say like, no, I mean, to some extent, like the message behind all religions and all prayers is largely the same. However, I have learned to connect to God through Judaism, through the Hebrew prayers. I've done some Hindu stuff, and say like I've enlightened myself a little bit in maybe a connection to spiritual elements through Hinduism that I couldn't find in Judaism. But like I've developed my relationship to God largely through the Jewish religion and the Jewish prayers.
Word. How observant are you of? Because I honestly don't know much about Hinduism. So, are there observances or things that you, adhere to?
Well, the main thing, I'm vegetarian. I have my Juggernauth deities. I showed you
Yep.
that I have, like, sometimes I'll even offer flowers or put my food in front of them. I don't know if that's it'd be like, it's a dispute I've talked about quite a bit about idol worship and what is idol worship. So Hinduism is just a blanket term for like all the traditions that arise from India, and there's many sects and strains. And a lot of Hindus are kind of like Orthodox, where they have rituals and holidays. So, and Krishna was the deity that was most attractive to me. Krishna is kind of like a do-gooder, protector of the weak. So I remember there's a local rabbi in Detroit from Partners in Torah, Rabbi Levi Burnham, and you mentioned like all the pagan deities are kind of like not that great of role models. Especially like the Greek pagan pantheon, like Odinism or Egyptian. Like if you think like they're kind of have a lot of negative qualities to them. So Krishna is unique in that way, the pantheon, who is a do-gooder, a protector of the weak, a reestablisher of justice. And so there's a large pantheon, but Krishna was the most interesting to me. But I wouldn't have became an Orthodox Hindu and said I know a lot of people in various Hindu strains, specifically like the Hare Krishnas. And it's kind of like Judaism. There's Orthodox, they chant certain realms, do rituals. There's a prescribed way to do it. So I'm more pick and chooseist. So I think in the modern era that that's probably the best approach, is to pick and choose the best of different traditions, or what works for you. So in that sense, like I ascribe to Hindu philosophy. I'm vegetarian. We discussed that even though Judaism permits meat eating, that I have learned to abstain from meat eating, and for moralistic religious reasons. Reincarnation, I'm extremely big on reincarnation and believe in reincarnation, although reincarnation is a popular belief among Jews. I would even say the majority of Jews at least accept that reincarnation is likely, or part of our belief system. It's not a fundamental, like, Maimonides' 13 beliefs, reincarnation is not one of them. You don't have to believe in reincarnation to be Jewish. But like Hinduism, it's one of the fundamental beliefs, and also karma. So, like action, reaction, of like a conservation of what, goes around, comes around. So the Judaic system is largely in reference to reward and punishment, which is slightly different, although very similar to Hindu karma. So in that respect, I'll call myself a Hindu. I believe in karma. I believe in reincarnation, and I'm a vegetarian. And I also accept that there's divine wisdom in the Vedic scripture. So I think that there's some form of divine inspiration, that I think the Vedic scripture, was not just written by man, that it has some form of divine inspiration. So if you look like a basic tenet, I would call myself a Hindu, but I don't prescribe. Like the Judaism, I do the practices, I do the daily practices, the holidays. So I'm more philosophically Hindu. Occasionally, like I'll chant or say some mantras or have deities, but I don't, follow a regular daily practice of Hindu rituals, like a Hindu was. But there's, there's secular Hinduism also. But philosophically, I would say I'm a full Hindu because I believe in the main tenets of karma, vegetarianism, reincarnation, and acceptance of the Vedic scripture.
Gotcha. Have you did you happen to read the Count the Omer this evening already?
I just said it right now. Yeah, Netzach Shabbat Netzach, 25th night. So you're just while you were talking, I said it. Muted myself and
Excellent.
Said it to myself. So
Beautiful.
the today's Netzach Shabbat Netzach, the victory of victory, for the the Kabbalistic emanation of the day. Log Biomer, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, that's coming up in a week and a half. And we're at like the halfway point. So Shavuos, like the giving of the Torah, the next big holiday, is you are at the halfway point between the 50 days.
For sure. Now, is there any other in terms of mass revelation, on par? Is there anything in history, as far as we know, that's on par with the giving of the Torah?
Well, Krishna in the Battle of Kurukshetra.
Okay.
So I could share some links with you, and actually, I mentioned it to Rabbi David Gottlieb, who I went to in Or Samak, and at first, gave these arguments. He was the first person that really argued against evolution, and God forbid, he said extremist things about the Holocaust and Jewish suffering, but also about the logical proof that the Torah is true, that the Torah, the books of Moses, Jewish history are historically true, and that you could through logic and evidence prove it. And one of his big arguments is the mass revelation, that Jews are kind of like stubborn people who don't really believe anything. So how you can convince Jews of our creation, we call it myth, that we were all present, that our ancestors were there, like, so that to say that all these miracles in Egypt, they someone was asking. Well, I always say, I'm always careful to say, like, my ancestors. So did you celebrate Passover this year?
I did, yes.
And you remember the four children, the difference between the wise son and the wicked son?
No.
The wise said, what is this that happened to us? And he's the wise son because he's inclusive. So like when we left Egypt, as where the wicked son, what is it that happens to them that excludes himself? So sometimes you're saying like, God forbid, a lot of times like anti-Semitism is such a big issue. So people are talking like anti-Semitism is like, well, like in Europe, or like they kicked out the Jews, God forbid. They'd say, well, they kicked us out. Like if I were there, I would have been from the Jews. Like whatever happened to them would have happened to me, because we're talking about Jews and I'm one of them. So
for
we're
sure.
talking about Egypt. It was saying what happened to us, that I'm a Jew, my ancestors were there. And so that's the mass revelation, that the Jewish belief is built upon this story of being slaves and leaving Egypt, and God doing miracles for everybody, for millions of people. So, if you look at like Christianity, like Jesus did miracles, maybe in one case they say in front of 5,000 people or a handful of people, or the resurrection that was only witnessed by a handful of people, or most like prophets of it's a isolated case of miracles, as opposed to the Mosaic account, where these miracles were witnessed by everybody. And if you're a Jew now, you're saying that our ancestors were there. And so if Judaism is not true, that means at some point our ancestors were deluded into believing something that didn't happen.
Well, I've heard Rabbi Kellerman talk about this, that, and I don't know if you can confirm or disconfirm any knowledge of this, but that there has been, that they have linked modern day Jews through lineage and through teacher-student transmission, that we actually have documented lineage from person to person, dating all the way back to the giving of the Torah. That from teacher to student, that demonstrably we can show lineage, actual people, when they lived, when they died, who their teacher was, and back and back and back and back all the way to the giving of the Torah.
Yeah, I mean, it's Perkei Avos. So the ethics of the father starts with Moses received the Torah from God at Sinai and translated to the 70 elders and to Joshua, and continues till the men of the Great Assembly, through the men of the Talmud, and we know the heads of the generation from Moses, and even in Perkei Avos, there's 10 generations from Adam to Noah, 10 generations from Noah to Abraham, 10 generations from Abraham to Moses, and another 10 generations from Moses to David. We have records of, so to say, the leaders of the generation going back to Moses, and a lot of Maimonides, Rashi start their books with their lineage. That they say, some of the expression I'm not telling you my words, I'm telling you God's words. Or I'm just saying what Maimonides says. And
Sure.
So Maimonides and Rashi, when they start their work, they say they're saying the tradition, and they start, so Rashi claims that he's a descendant of King David, and he brings down his lineage from King David. And I believe Maimonides also was a descendant of King David, and he starts out his text showing his lineage to King David. The Lubavitch Rebbe was a descendant of King David. So there's very clear, whether you're going to say that's true or not, that the lineage, but those lineages are out there. You could look into it, and the Bible is very careful to bring down these lineages, and that's kind of the argument I made to Adam Green, which I thought you were largely agreeing with me. They say, well, it's a conspiracy, but do you think that a few really smart rabbis or tricky, deviant rabbis made up this conspiracy, or you think that it's true that God is behind the conspiracy? And to some extent, like a cult, the cult of God, in the ancient sense of the pagan cults, where it's not the cult of a person, it's the cult of the deity. And you say, well, yeah, it's a conspiracy, but it's a conspiracy between God and the Jewish people, not between a bunch of devious Jews. And that's what you mentioned, the mass revelation. And is there anything else? So besides for there being unbroken transmission and be able to name the leaders, that the claim that well, I'm a Jew, and I'm a Jew because that's my family lineage. I'm a descendant of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and my ancestors were slaves in Egypt, and were part of crossed the Red Sea, and were part of the revelation at Sinai, and made it into Israel. And so Hinduism also, specifically Krishna, we talk the historical Krishna, like Adam Green, as mentioned, Esoterica, Dr. Justin Sledge. You talk the historical Jesus, and Adam Green's claim that Jesus is a mythological figure, didn't exist. And you talk the historical Moses, and the claim, well, Moses, the claim is that these things happened in front of millions of people, and that all Jews today are descended from that. So Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, also the Battle of Kurukshetra, supposedly occurred in front of millions of people, and that Krishna performed miracles in front of large masses of people. And if you go to India today, most of these places are pilgrimage sites, and there's temples. So the names of the town. So there is some comparable to mass revelation in terms of Hinduism, most specifically Krishna, because Krishna is about 5,000 years ago, and there's some archaeological evidence, the sites in the place, the Battle of Kurukshetra, where the Bhagavad Gita was given, and supposedly 3 million people, I think it's 3 million people fought in the Battle of Kurukshetra. So that's, that site still exists. There's temples, there's claims of lineage and people. And I think even Rabbi Gottlieb had mentioned that, the only other, from his knowledge, that the only other mass revelation claimed by any other religion is Krishna. And I don't know if you know anything about Krishna, or read the Bhagavad Gita or Hinduism in general, but that is an interesting point, that this point of mass revelation is also claimed by the Hindu sect of the followers of Krishna.
My only familiarity is, again, a little bit of Rabbi Kellerman talking about, it was a larger piece about mass revelation, and
Did he mention Krishna?
He mentioned the Bhagavad the
Bhagavad
Gita. Yeah, he mentioned
Battle
that.
Kurukshetra.
Yeah. Now he said that at a certain point, kind of like during the mass revelation at Sinai, everyone was everyone that was present for the experience was essentially, at the presence of Krishna or the divine or whatever, was, they died from the power of the experience. Now, I don't know if because the way Kellerman talks about it, they weren't brought. It wasn't like at Sinai though, where they were brought back. They died. They were brought back. They died and they never came back. Is that correct?
No, I think that, there's a battle between like the Pandavas, and one side wins and one side loses. So there were large amounts of survivors.
Okay.
And so if they say there were 3 million people who did battle, or even witnesses, and it reestablished the Pandavas to the kingdom. Okay. Although the revelation, so that actually, the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna, just speaks to Arjuna. So Arjuna is the leader of one of the sides of the battle, and there's not necessarily, in the language of the Vedas, there's all sorts of miraculous things, and there's like giants and magicians and people fighting in the battle, but it's not the same nature of Moses, where there was like a miracle to everybody. It's that Krishna appeared as the chariot driver to Arjuna, and Krishna was neutral in the battle and speaks this great wisdom of the Bhagavad Gita to Krishna before the battle. So it's not parallel in the sense it wasn't a mass revelation.
Okay.
That Krishna did not reveal himself to everybody at the Battle of Kurukshetra. The Bhagavad Gita is actually just a one-on-one conversation between the leader of one of the sides and Krishna. So in that sense, it is different. Although, in terms of like Jesus, like Krishna, supposedly did miracles, and there's hundreds of his miracle stories. And India today has our pilgrimage sites. So like I know local. I haven't been to India, but your local people from the temple, they travel to India and go to these pilgrimage sites, and almost all of the stories of Krishna's miracles in the Bhagavad Gita are now pilgrimage sites, to which some of them millions of people go regularly, and like the whole town Vrindavan, and a few other places that are pilgrimage sites today to these places of miracles. Although to say it was a claim of a mass revelation, or like that Jews today are descendants of bearing this lineage, it's not quite the same thing. But to say that these miracles are proposed to have happened in front of large amounts of people, and the sites of these miracles are known and pilgrimage sites today. So it's not quite the same thing. But like I said, that like next to Hinduism in general, because most of the deities go way back in time. So things like Shiva, Vishnu, Brahma, other Hindu deities, they supposedly existed even billions of years ago. So Krishna is the only deity that existed. And from Hinduism, you have kind of like what they call yugas in a time frame. So Krishna was like the last deity 5,000 years ago. So it's different than the other deities, because the other deities theoretically existed prehistoric times millions of years ago.
Gotcha.
And I don't. Maybe someone could make a claim like Atlantis or something. I mean, there are people out there. I even had a childhood friend that like mother was some sort of fortune teller or believer in Atlantis. And so, yeah, I mean, maybe someone would make a claim like that, like Atlantis and the Greek gods. Say, so if you're Hindu, I remember, I met a man from like a big lineage in who runs a big temple in Vrindavan, and so I was trying to make conversation. He came to University of Michigan. It's like, I kind of sounded dumb, I guess. So I says like, oh, like, so you run a temple, and he's like, like, no, the deity runs the temple. I just serve the deity. And from the perspective of Hindus, you say like, well, there's two perspectives. Some of the deities are claimed to be real, and to say that the deities at one point in ancient history were real forces that roamed the earth, and then at some point froze and became the deity. That some deities like are prescribed and they were made as a form to worship. That it's a prescription that you worship God in idol form, and it's like personal, that you it's a better way to develop a personal, like, okay, so you should talk to God in your own words, but to serve God in a deity form, to clothe and dress God, feed God, light incenses before God. But many Hindu temples, the claim is that the deity is real, and that in long time ago, sometimes millions of years ago, that the deities roamed the earth, and then at some point the deity like froze and stood still and became the deity. So the deity in the temple was not created by man; it is the deity itself. And so some versions of paganism, even Native American, Greek, Roman, is the claim is that the deity was not made by man. The deity is in fact the deity that at some point used to roam the earth and then froze. And then if you're really a believer, that the deity could leave its statue form and go back to real life. And so there might be claims within some strands of Hinduism or even Greek paganism, to say like, no, the deities are real, they roam the earth, and there's evidence of it. So these claims are like trying to logically prove that, like, so I say like, I'm not a exclusivist, and I'm not even, honestly, I have an attraction to idol worship. Like, idol worship makes sense to me as like to say, well, maybe it does make sense to serve God in idol form. Like, we're just sitting here praying to, so Kabbalistically, Jewishly, it's like considered idol worship, just that, because God is impersonal. God is outside the material realm, and we worship this God that is outside of the material realm. And if you like, maybe like Christianity, Jesus as an idol, but in terms of like a pagan religion, to say, well, maybe God has a form, and it's prescribed to worship God in the form. And like, so I Hinduism has like making flowers, like okay, when we make food, we say a blessing on it. So if you like a Hindu alternative where you're saying, well, I first have to offer my food to the deity, so I put my food in front of the deity, and then after the deity is done with it, then I can eat from it myself. So like, I do see the religious impulse, because I love God. I feel an impulse to serve my creator, and I could see the impulse to create and serve a deity as a positive religious impulse. So I'm not sure if you ever thought about it like that. And so I reject some of these Judaic claims about the uniqueness and of Judaism in that sense, and I do give more credibility to paganism and like even Greek paganism, Egyptian paganism, especially Hinduism.
Interesting.
I was talking to Odinist the other day, and to say whether even from a Judeo perspective, to say, maybe before the flood, that these forces were factual, that like whatever you refer to Odin or Athena or Hercules or the Hindu pantheon, that these forces were real and roamed the earth and acted upon the earth. And even they say, like, I don't believe in evolution, I believe in devolution. And from a biblical perspective, like, evolution, saying that, one point that we were smaller life, simpler organisms, and evolved into more complex organisms. So from a Hindu pagan perspective, to say we descended from the gods, that so if you read, I know, I guess you're partially Italian blooded, but I don't know if you like reading like about classic Rome and Greece.
Not particularly, no. I never really got into it.
So most of the Roman and Greek authors claim that they were descendants of the god, and they'll have like their lineage and say, like, like my great great great, going back 7, 10, 15 generations, will say that their ancestor was the deity. And sometimes it was a relationship between a deity and a human. But to say, like, well, where'd you come from? And to say, well, the deity, it was Zeus, Athena, or something else. But if you read like Greek literature, Roman literature, most of the personalities claim that that they, so to say, they devolved, they descended from the deities. And for whatever reason, like if the deities fornicated with humans, or the deities, somehow fornicated amongst themselves and had human offspring. But that was the understanding of where we came from, was we were offspring of the gods. And Judaic perspective, says clearly in the Bible, we were formed out of the earth, from dust to ashes, dust to dust. We're formed from the ground. We'll return to the ground. But it was the divine spark. That it was a combination of divine, God, and formation of the earth, which is a little different than the pagan understanding that we descended from the gods. But I do have a fondness of paganism.
For sure. Where does what would you classify Taoism as? Where does that fall into?
I'm not an expert in Chinese religions, so I mean, Taoism is somewhat like a philosophy than a religion.
Sure.
I mean, there's also like Shintoism, and they have elements like ancestor worship or spiritualism. Some sort of like animism, vitalism. They might have cosmological stories. They don't sometimes they have deities, sometimes they don't have deities. But I don't have any expertise in the Chinese your religions, but I think they're of a different nature than Hinduism and Shintoism also, and sometimes like African religions. Sometimes they could refer to as like animism, where they believe that spirits, there's spirits that enliven different aspects, and ancestor worship plays an important part of it. But there's the Tao Te Ching, I guess. But unfortunately, life is short, and I haven't had much time to study. I've extensively studied Hinduism, even myself. I haven't comfortably call myself a Hindu because I ascribe to its basic philosophical tenets, but I know very little about Taoism. Confucianism, I know a tiny bit about. I know more, I guess, than the average person, but like relatively, like I haven't even read like one full book on Taoism.
Is Hinduism exclusive? Does Hinduism express kind of the same exclusivity that Judaism does?
I would say all religions have a spectrum. So there are the Orthodox schools that are exclusivist, and then there's the more liberal schools. So Hinduism is most famous for the Buddhism, the many paths to truths, or kind of like the Freemasonic. That all religions are saying the same thing in different terms. But there are in Orthodox schools, Hinduism is exclusive, especially in like the Vedic scripture. that like the rejection, in fact, like preaching the Bible, Christian missionaryism is, I think it's illegal in both India and China, although Judaism is, because it's considered a tribal ancestral religion, and because Jews generally don't missionize, that your Judaism is allowed both in China and Indian. I mean, Christianity is allowed, just missionizing isn't. So anything you have a spectrum, just like Judaism from Orthodox to, although I think atheism to some extent is a disease that affects the West much more. So atheism is much more common in the West. And so if you have Judaism, like secular Judaism and atheism, as opposed to Hinduism, most people still have some form of superstition than would have an atheism. So from the Orthodox camp to the leftist camp in Hinduism would just be like, like what they call like Mayavadi, like everything is God, I'm God, you're God, everything is true. All religions are just different expressions of the same truth. So that's actually largely derives from Hinduism, but say there are Orthodox schools that are exclusivist.
Do you have any hypothesis on why atheism is more prevalent in the West?
Well, because I think it derives from scientific materialism. Like, I was going over the history of science, and because science and the scientific method and empiricism, materialism derived in the West. Like I was saying, the famous statements, I think, of Laplace meeting Napoleon, and you had Newton and celestial mechanics had came up with physics, but it took a few hundred years before they were able to correctly use the equations to predict celestial mechanics. So there's a famous story where Laplace, a famous physicist mathematician, met Napoleon, and he showed him his model of the universe, and Napoleon asked him, where does God fit into this? And Laplace responded, I have no need for that hypothesis. And that was about 200 years ago, which like the birth of atheism, and it's related to science being able to explain material phenomenon. And because science arose in Europe, that's my understanding. That and Jews, especially Ashkenazic Jews. So like atheism doesn't affect really Sephardic Jews. It's unique among Ashkenazic Jews, and actually atheism is highest among all people among Ashkenazic Jews. God forbid, also because of the Holocaust and suffering, to say that Judaism, if who wants to believe in a religion that says God would allow us or even cause us to suffer like that? So if you're just an empiricist scientist, background that doesn't believe in God, let alone you're a Jew that said like what kind of God would allow the Holocaust to happen, or even to say what kind of God punishes us like that, to say like, well, God forbid, there's sin and there's the punishment for sin. And so that's probably why atheism is highest among Ashkenazic Jews, I think, in the whole world. And even when they call like Chinese or something, they're not really atheists in the same way of Western empirical atheists.
Gotcha. Do you know much about the Yemenites, the Yemenite Jews?
I know a lot about Jewish history, and I've had Yemenite friends. I mean, the origins of the Yemenite Jews is disputed. It's questioned like whether the word for Ethiopia or Yemenite is different. There's also speculation that there was a mass conversion of Yemenis like in the 4th century. But there's indigenous Yemenite Jewish communities going back, there's Maimonides' famous letter into the creation of the state of Israel, where, God forbid, after the creation of the state of Israel and the war between Israel and the neighboring Arab nations, most of the Arab nations expelled or made it very difficult for Jews to live there. And so they immigrated to Israel and some to America. So, there are other communities, but Yemeni was and there's some interesting nuances of Yemenites, like they pronounce the ya as a j sound, and like you would say like Jehovah, so that Yemenites actually pronounce the ya as a j sound, and
Interesting.
but yeah, I mean, if you're in Israel, I don't know if there used to be a Yemeni rabbi here in that was the head of the local day school. He moved back to Israel. I'm not sure if there's any Yemeni Jews locally, but like in New York and Israel, um, yeah, I knew many Yemenite Jews. Like I'm not sure the exact demographics of like, if there's like, I think there's 7 million or 7 million Jews in Israel now. There's probably a few 100,000 Yemenite Jews, and there's also still maybe thousands, tens of thousands of Yemenite Jews in Yemen. And occasionally, like here, you're more like like the Yemeni, like in Detroit and what's the name of the place where all the Yemenites are in Detroit?
I'm not sure. I didn't realize there was a Yemenite population.
It's huge. I mean, there's the two cities within a city in Detroit by like 6 mile off of Woodward.
Okay.
The name's slipping me. Like you definitely know. Like I mean, they even have like the only city council Mayor Majewski I mean, I can't believe the name's slipping me, but there's like 20-30,000 Yemenite Muslims in Metro Detroit in this and I've been to a few events like interfaiths, and like a lot of them will tell me like, yeah, they had Yemenite Jewish friends back in Yemen.
Gotcha.
Hamtramck, yes, sorry, the name was slipping. Hamtramck.
Hamtramck, yeah.
Yes, so Hamtramck's where all the Yemenis live. There's also a lot of Bangladeshi or various. The most of like the Arab Muslims. I mean, Yemenis also tend to be a little bit darker. I mean, I guess Yemenis are considered Arab. They speak Arabic, but most like Syrian, Iraqi, like Dearborn, for whatever reason, Hamtramck is like a lot of Yemenite and Bangladeshi, and but I've been to, as I've been to a handful of interfaiths and spoken to Yemenite Muslims who tell me like how they used to have Yemenite friends in Yemen, and even who just came here recently. But there's some level of Mizrahi Jews that come to Israel and then make their way to America. So you do have there's probably 5-10%, like over 90% of Jews in Metro Detroit are Ashkenazic. So I mean, you have like like Egyptian Jews, Syrian Jews, Iraqi Jews, and you might have an occasional transplant that would more likely come from Israel. That I mean, although there are a handful of Yemenite Jews left, they would likely first move to Israel, and then if they're looking for more economic opportunity or whatever, maybe they would come to America. Although Detroit's doesn't really, I don't know if there's any Yemenite Jews here, but like New York, there's probably thousands of Yemenite Jews, and then you might have like Hasidic Yemenite Jews or Yemenite Jews that would blend into the Ashkenazic community because they're isolated. There's not so even here in Metro Detroit, there's like 2 or 3. There may be only 2 places where Sfardim pray together, and because there's so few Sfardim, they pray together. It's like a mixed Sephardic congregation. So like in Israel, you would have a separate synagogue for Yemenis, Tunisians, Moroccans, Iraqi, Syrians, and even in Brooklyn, there's enough Sfardim that they have their own synagogues that keep their unique customs. But here in Metro Detroit, there's so few Sfardim that if you're Sephardi, you're going to go to a congregation that's going to be a mix of Iraqi, Syrians, Moroccan, Egyptian, and there might not even be any Yemenites. There are probably a few Yemenites. I just haven't met them.
Right on.
and I would take a global perspective. Like Ashkenazic Jewry is the main Jewry, here in Metro Detroit. But you take like Judaism's universal. So I've explained this to Luke Ford many times. So within Jewish law, like v'chai behem, that choose life, that the law is meant to live by, not to die by. So God forbid, there's the big three that I think we talked about, like idolatry, forbidden sexual relations, or murder. That in those cases it'd be better to die than to commit those sins. However, besides for that, you should live by the Torah, not die by the Torah. So any other commandment, it's better to live than like Sabbath. If you're injured or it's any question of mortal health, you unquestionably you're required to break the Sabbath. If eating pork or for some reason is it's better to eat pork than to starve. If for some reason there was like medicinal quality in pork, you should eat the pork. Because the general rule is you should live by the Torah, not die by the Torah. And then also there's a lot of exceptions, like we were talking about. Judaism's kind of like a pro-business religion where you're expected to thrive. Like in the Kriya Shema,
Sure.
Thursday we'll do Kriya Shema, and wealth is promised for obeying the law. Like Kriya Shema very clearly says that if you obey this, you will be given wealth. And the Bible speaks usually in the language of farming, but it's clearly written that you will be rewarded with wealth, material abundance for observing the Torah laws. And so generally the Torah wants you to succeed. It wants you to succeed in all aspects of life, health, but also materially and prosperity. So there's laws of charity and honesty in business, but the Torah and the Jewish community in general wants you to be materially successful. And in many cases, you could make exceptions or loopholes or leniencies in Jewish law to get ahead in business. So these two cases where there's exception in Jewish law for safety and security to live by, and that's very strong. Like besides for the big three, any Jewish law could be broken for safety. As we're getting ahead in business or getting along with the local non-Jews is much more limited to safety. However, there's all sorts of exceptions in Jewish law in order to excel in business and have good relations with the local non-Jews. So the reason why Jewish communities, besides for like intermarriage, but like in terms of Jewish law, that Jewish communities around the world take a different flavor because the security concerns and the prosperity concerns are different. So like having a beard, like generally you're not supposed to shave, but just for business, you're allowed to shave just to get ahead in business, because shaving is not considered like an extreme prohibition. So if it's just like, well, I would be more materially successful in business by like not standing out too much with my non-Jewish colleagues, by shaving, you're allowed to shave. But like if you're in Arab land where everyone has a beard anyways, then you're not going to have an exception to shave in order to get ahead in business. And so there's all sorts of most of the adaptions, and you think of Jewish communities like living in Yemen, isolated for 1,000 years, that the majority of Judaism remains stable. But what gives the Jewish community flavor are the adaptions it made for security and the adaptions it made to get ahead in business. And so when you're looking at Ashkenaz, if you're here in Metro Detroit and almost everyone you're dealing with is an Ashkenazic Jew, Ashkenazic Jewry has, the history of thousands of years of mostly Christendom and Europeans, where, the law was based on security concerns specific to Europe and prosperity concerns specific to Europe, which would be a completely different flavor in another community.
Where does that come from about shaving the beard in order to advance business relations?
Well, it's in Jewish law, but it's saying the prohibition from shaving comes from the same verse of the payas of like not cutting the corners of your face. But
Sure.
what that means, and there's also that like a differential between a man and a woman, that there's a prohibition of like a man wearing women's clothing, and some people will extend the beard to that to to say shaving is a prohibition of like what do we call it, like transgenderism or something, trying to look like a female. Sometimes use the expression like like we're men, we're not supposed to be pretty. Like women are supposed to be pretty. Like you're not supposed to try to make yourself pretty like a woman. And so like a biblical sentiment that there's actually a prohibition against but they're based in biblical origin, but to say that therefore it's a clean cut prohibition to that you can't shave, most rulers don't think that's the case. Like it's preferable to have a beard, but to say that it's like violating Sabbath or something, that just because it says don't cut the corners of your face, does that really mean that you can't shave? Or it means it says you can't shave with a razor. So you say like used to be before the invention of most religious authorities believe that the electric razors are not in the same venue as a straight razor. They used to have like powders that they used to shave. But to say like, well, what is the actual biblical prohibition? Maybe the actual biblical prohibition is only cutting the corners of your face, which might only refer to for the payas, the corner is something referred to these bones. So they have payas that the corners of your face almost definitely refers to I don't know the name of the bones, but the protruding bones right by the ear. So like the payas, it could be like a little above, possibly like the cheekbone. But if it's only this part of your head, so like Orthodox Jews just have like the long sideburn, that you have a sideburn, that goes down so that you're not shaving on this bone or going down to the skin, and the rest of it is okay. So, so if you say like it's not really a biblical prohibition to shave the rest of your face, and if it's not a biblical prohibition, then getting ahead in business could override it, because there's an expression in Hebrew, I think it's like mitzvah aseh doke lo taseh, that a positive commandment can push off a negative commandment. So in that extent, like to deal honestly in business, to have livelihood, to provide for your family, are positive mitzvahs. So if it's another biblical commandment, like you can't violate Sabbath to get ahead in business. But if it's just a rabbinic decree, or it's a questionable biblical commandment, then you say, well, it's a biblical commandment to I'll put in the terminology of get ahead in business, but it means to earn substance, to provide for your family, to take care of your body, to protect your health, or the various things that that you say, well, maybe you shouldn't shave, and it's just a maybe, but it's 100% that you should succeed in business. So if having a beard limits your ability to succeed in business, you unquestionably could shave your beard. So that would be the called the halakha, the Jewish law reasoning behind it, and saying, well, it's a prohibition, you really shouldn't shave. However, it's a commandment to earn a livelihood, to provide for your family, to take care of your body, and even to have positive business dealings, honest business dealings with non-Jews. These are all positive commandments. In that case, the positive commandment could override a non-biblical prohibition, or would be considered a chumrah. I'm trying to think of the right word, but like a stringency in the obeyance of biblical law. So if it says don't shave the corner of your head, that just means your sideburns. Doesn't mean your whole face. Some people say it means your whole face, but most people think it just means your sideburns and these cheekbones. And so in that case, it's preferable not to, but as long as you leave your cheekbones, if it means that it's going to negatively affect your ability to earn a livelihood, like not even say some rabbis would say it's a mitzvah to shave. Like, so like if you're, God forbid, if you're sick or like your friend is sick on Sabbath, it's a mitzvah to drive them to the hospital. Not to say like it's okay, you're allowed to violate Sabbath. The opposite means saying saving a life is a mitzvah and it supersedes the Sabbath. So it's not like, like someone's in trouble and therefore I'm allowed to break the Sabbath. It's saying, well, I have a commandment of saving a life that supersedes the Sabbath. So in this case, it's like say, I have a commandment to earn a livelihood, and that supersedes the stringency of not shaving the corner of my face that may not even refer to anything other than the cheekbone.
Interesting.
So I use the term leniency, but really it's the case of say like there's what's called mitzvah aseh. If you remember, we had the word aseh many times, like maisim tovim, which means like works or deeds. So mitzvah aseh literally means like a mitzvah to do. So we'll call mitzvah aseh, it's translated in English as a positive commandment, but literally it means like a mitzvah to do. A mitzvah that you're supposed to perform, like putting on tefillin is a mitzvah aseh. Saying the prayers, it's a positive commandment of something you're supposed to do, as opposed to a mitzvah lo taseh, which is a negative commandment of an act that you're forbidden from doing. And so like earning a livelihood is a mitzvah aseh. It's a positive commandment. And so in that sense, like Judaism is a pro-success religion in the sense that getting ahead in life is actually, it's a positive commandment. And then like the expression of some cases where a positive commandment will supersede a negative commandment. Because law is not simple. It's not just like, okay, like these are the things I'm supposed to do, these are the things I'm not supposed to do. Life's not that simple. And sometimes there's multiple things that you're supposed to do. Sometimes there's conflicting actions where you're supposed to do something, but you at the same time doing that would also cause you to do something you're not supposed to do. So these legal to navigate the difficult situations. You consult your rabbi or study Jewish law, and there's an interesting statement. You're saying, what's the most important mitzvah? And so you're generally saying the most important mitzvah is the one currently in front of you. So like if you haven't said Sfiras Omer yet, or you haven't said Kriya Shema, the most important mitzvah right now is to say Kriya Shema Sfiras Omer. It's a positive commandment, and it's incumbent upon us right now. So there's always mitzvahs. So there's the 6 mitzvahs of the heart: to love God, to fear God, to believe in God, to trust God, to believe in the unity of God, and like the psychological service of God, that we should be in the psychological state where we recognize that we have an obligation to serve God. So there's considered like the 6 constant mitzvahs of the heart. They're obligated upon us at all time. And then there's also, like we said in the morning, like giving charity, having guests, are always a mitzvah in any extent. So if there's a poor person in front of you asking you for something, that's the most important mitzvah. However, if there's 2 mitzvahs in front of you at the same time, then there could be an order of precedence. And like I said, like Judaism is to live by. So generally, saving lives is always the most. Like we said in the morning, Talmud Torah Keneged Kulam, learning Torah is the most important of all mitzvahs. However, saving lives always supersedes any other mitzvah. So no matter what you're doing, if there's an opportunity, if someone's in danger and you could save their life, that supersedes any other mitzvah, and it also overrides any other negative commandment besides the big three. You're saying you can't kill somebody, commit a forbidden sexual act, or do idol worship in order to save a life.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so eventually, like, you think, halakhic, like, halakha, meaning halakha coming from the word to walk, like the path, but refers to Jewish law, and you learn to think halakhically in terms of you're like, okay, your obligations, so like like all the commandments, and like I said, like in these days, I think there's like 60 or 70 mitzvahs a say that are applicable, like, because like 100 of the mitzvahs a say only are applicable in like Israel and refer to like types or temple service.
Yeah.
And many of the mitzvahs are seasonal. So like on Passover, there's like I think 4 different mitzvahs. Like matzah, more, they're halal. There's different mitzvahs that are only applicable to the holiday, like lighting Hanukkah candles. There's multiple mitzvahs related to the Sabbath. So on a daily basis, there might only be like 10, 15 mitzvahs we perform. Saying like Tallis, Tefillin, the studying Torah, washing our hands. If you say like your blessing before or after eating, some people don't even consider that a mitzvah. You like charity. Someone like Derek Eric's acting as a upright, righteous person. Various things like controlling speech, like lashon hara. That's very important stuff. To also like the rules of what we can and can't say in terms of causing damage to other people. But on a daily basis, there might only be like 20 commandments that are applicable. There might be, I think there might even be a few hundred negative commandments, and a lot of those are in reference to the Sabbath. So like on a daily basis, like even some of them have like parallel negative and positives, like kosher. There might be a positive mitzvah of like slaughtering an animal according to the kosher standard, and there's also a negative commandment of not eating non-kosher food. But so once you've learned the laws of what you can and can't do, what your daily obligations are, and then the seasonal holidays, then it just comes into precedence and conflict between the laws and certain things that are always upon you. So say like, okay, you put on tefillin today, you fulfilled the mitzvah, and tomorrow you'll have another chance to do the mitzvah of tallis and tefillin, but like you did it and you're done for the day. You fulfill, like you did your morning prayers and those mitzvahs are done, and you don't have to worry about it again till tomorrow. Where something like charity, a lot of people, like, you should maybe try to fulfill the mitzvah of charity every day. So if you're not around any people or something, like some people say you should like set aside a charity box or something. But charity, like earning a livelihood, so you have a mitzvah to earn a livelihood, and whether it's a daily mitzvah, some say it's a mitzvah every time you do it. That so if you're working, how you count mitzvahs, and it's even, but like, do you count mitzvahs because the rewards in heaven, or God determines the reward, so it's just like my obligation. But guarding your health, taking good care of your body, consider that like a constant obligation. So anytime during the day where you have a choice that could, and there's 2 mirror commandments: a positive commandment to take care of your body, and a negative commandment to not harm your body. But these are mirror commandments that are basically upon you 24/7. So every decision you make during the day, you could be, looking at it. Well, this very moment, I if I didn't do something to harm my body, I fulfilled that mitzvah. If I did something to better my health, like working out, exercising, eating healthy, that's another mitzvah. But I mean, not necessarily look at it in terms of reward and punishment. You do it like due to obligation to God. Like I said, the 6 commandments of duties of the heart that are incumbent upon you at all time. So, like, do you love God? Did you love God this very moment? Did you fear God? Did you fear God this very moment? And they have 6 constant commandments. So every, Hebrew they call rega, which is like a second time place. So, did you love, fear God? Did you believe in the unity of God? Did you trust in God? Did you feel this obligation to serve God? I say love, fear, trust, belief, unity, and acceptance of obligation to serve. So most people would say that's an instant. Every second of the day is another opportunity. So if a second went by where you didn't fulfill these 6 constant love, fear, trust, belief, unity, and recognition to obligation of service, you have missed out on that obligation. So it's like a second by second basis. So I asked you a second ago, and you either fulfilled that obligation or not. You were either at that second loving and fearing God, or you won't. And then the next second is a new obligation. I don't know if it makes sense to you. I mean, think those are the 6 constant mitzvahs of the heart, and those are mitzvahs of and they're constant at every second of our life. We're either fulfilling that mitzvah or we aren't.
Gotcha.
Some of the deep theological, and you could also look like, okay, duties of the limbs. So if there's a conflict between love and fear of God and duties of the limbs, so I mean, generally, like the duties of the limbs have to be performed. And like duties of the heart also, like duties of the heart are an ideal that can't be reached. So it's saying it's impossible to love, fear, trust, believe in the unity of God, and accept the obligation to serve a God of every second of every day. That's a standard that's impossible to keep, even though it's a commandment. However, putting on tefillin every day is something that's obtainable. There's no reason. I mean, God forbid you might be sick one day, or so sick that you can't get out of bed, or something came up that you're so busy. But relatively, there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to, besides for Sabbath and the holiday, put on tefillin every day for the rest of your life. As where if you failed to, for 1 second, it slipped your mind and you weren't paying attention and didn't fear God, that's an expectation that no one's expected to be able to keep.
I wanted to ask you too, because I'm about ready to upgrade my tefillin to. I've just got, and it was gifted to me, and I was so appreciative of it when I went to the mikveh. But my friend got me a tefillin set, but I feel like I'm ready to upgrade to something of higher quality. So when we sit down next, I'd love if you have a suggestion of somewhere to order from, or if somewhere local. I know you. I don't know if Borenstein sells tefillin or anything like that.
There's 2 sofers that write tefillin here in Metro Detroit, a Rabbi Kagan and a Rabbi Ellis, one Chabad, one Yeshivish, and it might be cheaper to order from like Israel or like Chabad in New York. Your tefillin could be pretty expensive. I remember, I met like a famous I washed dishes. I bought my tefillin for $400, and when I was in University of Michigan, I washed dishes. I worked, and I was washing dishes to pay for them at that point. Like probably making near minimum wage. And I remember in Israel, my friend told me, went to a big Kabbalist, and he's like, this guy's friend washed dishes to buy his own tefillin. Thought that was tefillin meant something to me. That I had to work tens of hours washing dishes to buy my tefillin. But tefillin could be very expensive. You could get a decent pair of tefillin sometimes for $200-$300. In the Orthodox world these days, like people will even spend like $1,000-$1,500 on tefillin. Here, like you probably got to spend like $400 or $500 on tefillin. You might be able to order a pair for $200-300, or get like a used pair or a fixed up pair. I mean, there's one thing like the leather and the process that goes through the form, the outer body, and the parchment. So I mean, the parchment might be, to some extent, you get what you pay for in terms of the quality. So if you want, like a parchment that where a scribe spent a lot of time and very carefully wrote it, but like the leather straps and the molding of the boxes is relatively expensive. It's not something common that's done in Detroit. So, but yeah, we could look into it. I could probably give you a few names, and depends on how much money you want to spend, like at this point. But I mean, it's a reasonable expenditure. So even like a bottom grade pair is probably like still at least $200-300.
Sure.
And then if you upgrade a pair later, and it's saying like your average Orthodox Jew, I don't know, your average, I mean, even like not well-to-do Orthodox Jews, I mean, there's a lot of charity in the community. They might spend close to $1,000 on the tefillin. You're saying it's important. They're going to wear it every day for the rest of their life, and they want high quality. And then also you have your tefillin checked, because you might like sweat or liquid, or parchment goes bad after a while. So every few years, sometimes you have your tefillin checked, and the inside parchment, like like I assisted for a brief period of time a sofer in New York, and like mezuzahs, and they go bad. Like if you look at a tefillin pair, 5-10 years, like the parchment might have letters that have scraped off, or it might have got a little wet, and the ink has fudged or something like that. But it's the tefillin body itself the parchments. Even I think a high quality parchment, I think it's less than $100. I think it's the actual leather outer bodies that are expensive.
Gotcha. That leads me to my next question with regard to your Tallis. I've had mine for a few years now, and it's about due for a dry cleaning. Do you take that somewhere? Like, do you know of like a Jewish or a kosher type laundromat, or is it? I mean, I would imagine you got to trust where you're taking that to get that cleaned, right?
Yeah, because the strings will fray. So like a lot of times you have to cover the strings, like depending on how they're washing them. So, I mean, you might be best off hand washing them, and then you might need to iron it. So if you're in like the area of Oak Park or Southfield, there's a lot of dry cleaners that have Jewish customers regularly, and they're careful with Tallis. But like even if you just put it in the washing machine, I mean, you could just put it in the washing machine. Like if you have cotton or wool, so most people have cotton sitzes, they just put it in the washing machine, and then like eventually the string might break or it might become frayed, and they'll toss it. If you go to a dry cleaner, I believe that they will put some sort of cover over the strings so they don't get damaged. And so
I've got a nice Tallis.
If you just took it
like
to your local
$300
dry
Tallis.
cleaners, the strings might get ripped or cut or frayed. And so it's possible, if you have a dry cleaner you could speak to, and you could tell them like the strings are delicate, that they would be able to deal with it. Or you might have to take it in the Jewish neighborhood, and I'm not sure the different dry cleaners, but you could also hand wash it and iron it. Or sometimes do a delicate, like in your washing machine there might be a delicate load, or if you ran in your washing machine delicate and then hand dried it.
Okay.
So I mean, and it's like if you have a Tallis Guddle, or even like a wool nice Tallis, it could be like $40 or something like that. So you might just wear them and put in the washing machine. Then it it's not as nice, and then you get a new one every few years. Or you keep your older ones and wear it when you're under your shirt, or when you're doing you get newer ones that when you're more careful. I generally hand wash mine and dry them, so I'll just do it in my sink, and put soap on them, hand wash them, and then just hang them up to dry, and that's usually sufficient. Or you could put them in your washing machine under delicate and then hand dry them. If you, but if you just put them in the washing machine, the strings will fray, and you'll go bad quickly. And like I said, like if you have a local dry cleaner where you could speak to them, and they could tell you, they understand the damage that it might cause, and have some like mechanism like taping them up, or putting some sort of covering over them when they put them into their machine, which is I think how they do that. So if you're in an area where no one's bringing in Tallis to them, and they're not familiar with the garment, but they're familiar with delicate materials, or I said you just go to Oak Park or Southfield and take them to a dry cleaner in Oak Park. And I don't think there is a Jewish dry cleaner, as far as I know. But like even the Chinese dry cleaners by my house, there's so many Jews who live here that they do Tallis regularly.
Sure. Right on. Cool. Okay.
But that the Tallis and Tzitzis, like that they sell at Bornstein's or Spitzer's, and you could order them off the internet. And they're not necessarily cheap, but you could get them for like $20 to $40. That if you're talking like a Tallis Guttle.
I got a nice one. I probably spent $300 on mine. It's got my name embroidered on it.
I mean, some of them have like silver and stuff on them, or your name. Like, it'd be expensive, and you'll be off color, or your embroidery. You probably do have to take it to a dry cleaner, or if you know how to hand wash it yourself, you might be able to hand wash it and hang it up to dry. But you have to. I don't know about hand. That you probably do have to dry clean it, and I think that as far as I know, there's not a single Jewish dry cleaner. But like even the local Chinese dry cleaners, they're familiar with Tallis, and you'll tell them, and they'll know. And I used to remember I used to take them in. I think they would while I was there, right when I got them, they would clip or put in a bag the strings, so when they wash them. And if it's something like embroidery or that also, you'll have to tell the dry cleaners that it's delicate or requires special care, and it'd be expensive. So they might even, I don't even know how much, it might even be over $10 already these days to dry clean a Tallis. I don't know.
For sure.
I mean, so generally you be careful with it, and you just wear it for prayer. So try not to get it dirty.
Well, that's part of the charm of living on the road, living in a school bus, traveling the country, and trying to keep it clean out in the desert. It's been fun. So yeah.
If it's just a stain, you might be able to hand wash it. Like if it's saying it's just if the whole thing's dirty. And most people will do that before major holidays, so like Passover or Rosh Hashanah. So I mean, depending on how bad it is, you say, well, or Shavuos, the holiday coming up. Sure. That so if it needs dry cleaning now, maybe you would wait before Shavuos, or if it's not that bad, you could even consider waiting till Rosh Hashanah.
Right on. Cool. Okay. All right, Doovid. Well, listen, brother, I'm going to duck out for the evening. I'm going to get comfortable, maybe dip into some Torah, and then call it a night. It's been a pleasure sitting in with you.
Okay, yeah, awesome. So I'll probably just see you Thursday. It doesn't look like that my library at home is going to be ready this week. So just Thursday at 2. If come over about 1:30, 1:45, try to start at 2, and maybe because we're getting to the more important parts of the prayers, we could do every word. So it'll probably be 3 hours again this week, and it'll be hundreds of words, because we'll do from Baruch Hu till Shmona Esrei, which is maybe good 500 words.
Cool.
and we're getting to the important. In the Hebrew is actually easier. So like the Psalms, like we did Psukkah de Zimri, is actually more difficult Hebrew than the blessings of the Shema, because the blessings of the Shema is like rabbinic in origin. So then the Shema is probably more difficult than the blessings. So like if you're working on the grammar or the words that like the rabbinic blessings of like Baruch Shamar, Yishtabak, that were written by the rabbis are usually an easier form than the Psalms or biblical verses that are more poetic. But it still might take a few hours just because like there's good few long paragraphs, and but they're beautiful prayers. Like some of them are hard to understand or a little complicated, but a lot like some of the most beautiful prayers are the prayers before before the Shema.
I dig it, brother. Looking forward to it.
Okay, great. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for joining. And so I'll see you Thursday. And anyone tuning in, our now regular program Thursday, Introduction to Jewish Prayer. First week we did the morning blessings. This last week we did Psukkah de Zimri. This week we'll do the blessings before Shema, Kriya Shema, and the blessings after Shema. And then next week, hopefully keep at it, we'll do Shemona Esrei, and possibly Shemona Esrei is probably and maybe the prayers before taking out the Torah, after the Torah, and you might have to do another week for like the conclusion, like En Kalkenu Aleinu the Shabbat, depending if you want to do that word for word. The Aleinu the Shabbat prayer also.
Yes.
That's a beautiful prayer also. You may even say like Aleinu the Shabbat Ladon Nakol Yanak Nukorim. I mean, so that's a beautiful prayer. It might pay to do word for word.
Sure.
So I mean, if it's possible, maybe we'll do Shemona Esrei, and that we should probably do word for word. So it might take 5 weeks to just finish chakras. Mincha and Mariv. Mincha is, there's nothing unique about Mincha. Mincha, the Shemona Esrei is almost completely the same in Ashrei. And I mean, there's Takanan, but the Takanan is the same as the morning, and then Mariv. Shemona Esrei is the same, Seviras Omar, but the blessings before and after the Shema. So, if you're enjoying it and we have good receptions, we can keep it going, maybe even for, even a few months. But, just the chakras morning prayer will probably take 4 or 5 weeks. So another 2 or 3 weeks, probably 3 weeks.
Perfect. I love it, brother. All right. Have a wonderful evening. Todah. Laila Tov.
Laila Tov. Have a great night. Okay, so I appreciate Michael tuning in. I said Michael's kind of been like a godsend because, like, God forbid, like I love Judaism and like, I don't want to spend the rest of my life arguing with counter Semites. Like I do it sometimes, and then even like the Jewish community, like most of the Jewish community is not so, they're more internal. Like they're not putting stuff out there like this, and so Michael, like a godsend, just to meet someone interested in Judaism, want to talk about it, revive my interest in Judaism. So links in the chat. I don't know if anyone else watching wants to hop on. Otherwise, I'll probably wrap up. I had an article on, or like from the Plato Stanford Encyclopedia on biological reductionism. So I'll probably sit on that, and there's an expo, so the ceramics expo on Tuesday and Wednesday at in Novi. So I will do an IRL engineering stream on Tuesday. I'll probably just go one day, so it'll probably be Tuesday to the ceramic expo. I'm not sure if I've been to the Ceramic Expo before. I think I have. I'm not sure if I've streamed it. So the Ceramics and Thermal Management Expo, I have to look at that, but that's Tuesday and Wednesday. So yeah, just Lambie. That was last night with Amy, alleged Amzi, and I did the stream on friendship. So I had the slides on friendship that maybe I'll save them, and next week I'll go over the slides on friendship. I put it in my title. So I don't know, people listening, people want to see the slides on friendship now. So the chat yesterday, I was on Amy and last night, and we talked about the nature of friendship. I made slides. So let me show these real quick. I probably won't go over them in detail. So just mention the Ceramics Expo is Tuesday. I will do an IRL stream from the Ceramics Expo. The week after is in Detroit, some sort of small business expo. So I'll probably do another stream on the small business expo. And then the week after that, I think, is the Automate conference, or it might be 2 weeks after that. And then there's also the Greater Steel Conference. So there will be engineering streams coming up over the next few weeks. So I did this on Amy's channel, and then she had a friend who was in the chat earlier, Empress, who she calls herself a Wiccan. I'm not sure if her friend Empress is also Wiccan, but her husband is an Odinist. So her husband was on also, and he actually shows the altar. So let me see if I could, see. So if you're interested in that, and I mentioned Norvin because I guess they're not nationalist. So I was mentioning, like, I have dealt with Odinist, and a lot of the Odinists are, God forbid, a little bit counter-Semitic. So they were definitely not. This woman, I guess, is even half Jewish from her father, and they're not. They weren't counter-Semitic or nationalist at all. But so Oz, I guess Empress, and Oz is her husband, and it's a little bit dark, but they did at some point show their altar, and I'm not sure if they had like Thor deities or something like that. They didn't. I mean, maybe they said like a little. Yeah, so that's interesting. You check that out. That was streamed last night. Empress Aslan, her husband's an Odinist, and they actually showed their altar. Okay, so let's look briefly. Kate needs a hobby. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, Kate. If you're friends with Amy, yeah, God bless. Nice. Thanks for tuning in. God bless. So these are the slides I went over with Amy yesterday, and took like over an hour. And you actually read through quite a bit on Cicero. So Cicero had some really interesting ideas, early ideas of friendship. So went over some biblical verses, some rabbinical statements. The Greeks, Cicero's has a book, one of the first books on friendship, How to Be a Friend, the Amictia, and then some psychology, Dunbar's number, and some other points. So, a few verses of friendship in the Bible. Job, who's tested and is in a bad situation, and most of Job is his friends who come visit him. So the vast majority of the book of Job, which actually this one Empress, her favorite book in the Bible was Job, but friendship is in Job, and they say that friends are there to sympathize and comfort you, as in the verse in Job. There's interesting statements in Proverbs, Ecclesiastics, David and Jonathan. This concept of recognizing the good of friendship. The questions say friendships build up where you're obligated to recognize the good. And some also, like I said, the duties of the heart that are obligated upon you at all times. So some people could include this, that there's a commandment to recognize the good that God has done for us, and that's a constant commandment. You have to at all times recognize the good that God has done for us, and that it increases. So, like, when I was young, God had done quite a bit, but now, I have to recognize the good that God has done for me from when I was born till today. And that also applies to friends, that people who have done, call it Chorus of Tov in Hebrew, that, you've helped me out. Like Luke Ford helped me out. He brought, gave me a mic. He hooked me up in streaming. And some people say that a Chorus of Tov can't be repaid, that the more a person does for you, the more you have to recognize the good. And it's a constant thing till death. You have to recognize the good of anyone who's bestowed goodness upon you. Love yourself, love your neighbors, yourself. The word v'ahavta l'recha kamoka, the word in Hebrew is actually love your friend as yourself. That's usually translated as neighbor. That may say it's a friend. Rabbinic ideas, the famous statement of us, when love depends on something selfish, when the end passes away, the love passes away. But if it is not dependent on something selfish, it will never pass away. Basic commentary. If anyone establishes a friendship for access to power, money, sexual relations, when these ends are not attainable, the friendship ceases. Love that is not dependent on selfish ends is true love, and the other person, since there is no intended end. Like David and Jonathan, like the rabbis, a lot of like Hindus would say, like, well, do you love, I love ice cream. Like, well, you don't love ice cream. You eat the ice cream. You destroy the ice cream. You love yourself. And so like a friendship, terms like transactional, we were talking about that quite a bit yesterday. We talked to like to buy yourself a friend. An interesting statement, question of avoiding bad influences, but at the same time, praiseworthy to befriend bad people, evildoers, that you could change people by befriending them and giving them a chance. However, it could bring yourself down. And then, like Hasidic camaraderie, where you have like the Rebbe and the clothes, the Rabbi and the congregation, and working together to become better people. Like, self-improvement works better as a group. Aristotle, I think it's in his Nicomachean Ethics, has a part on friendship in the three types of friendships: friends for pleasure, social bonds that are established to enjoy one's spare time, such as friends for sport or hobbies, friends for dining or for parties. I'm not sure if that's Aristotle or the quote, a friend to all is a friend to none. There's friends for benefit, all bonds to which cultivation is primarily motivated by work, relations, reasons, or by civic duties, such as being friends with your colleagues and neighbors. And then true friendship are what Aristotle explains are mirrors to each other of a single soul dwelling in two bodies. That like true friendship is like some sort of spiritual soul collection. C.S. Lewis, friendship is born in a moment when one person says to another, "What, you two? I thought I was the only one." There's another C.S. Lewis quote on friendship. Friendship is always about something, but friendship, true friends are just people who enjoy or go through life together. Euripides, friends show their love in times of trouble, not in happiness. Life is no blessing like a prudent friend. Pythagoras, friends are as a companions on a journey who ought to aid each other, preserve in the road to a happier life. Seneca, friendships always benefit, love sometimes injures. Zeno, a friend is another self. Cicero wrote a whole book on friendship, and this came from an article that collected some of the wisdom. So yeah, Empress was on the stream yesterday. Someone was just asking about the Odinism in the chat. So Empress is still here. So she was the one whose husband is a Odinist. Cicero, so there are different kinds of friendship. The key distinction is between common and quite useful friendships and those rare friends who bind ourselves to on a much deeper level. These special friendships are necessarily rare because they require so much time and investment of ourselves, but these are friends that deeply change lives just as we change theirs. Cicero writes, with the exception of wisdom, I'm inclined to believe that the immortal gods have given nothing more better to humanity than friendship. This was an interesting point of Cicero, kind of marrying the rabbis. Only good people can be true friends, People of poor moral character can have friends, but they can only be friends of utility for the simple reason that real friendship requires trust, wisdom, and basic goodness. Tyrants and scoundrels can use each other just as they can use good people, but bad people can never find real friendship in life. And so, Cicero's important wisdom, there's mirrors in the Talmud and rabbinic wisdom of this. You have to be a good person to be a good friend. Choosing friends with care. Friends make you a better person. Make new friends, but keep the old. Nothing sweeter than a friend than someone who's been with you from the very beginning, childhood friends, but don't limit yourself to companions of youth whose friendship may have been based on interests you no longer share. Always be open to new friendships, including those with younger people. Both you and they will be richer for it. Friends are honest with each other. Friends will always tell you what you need to hear, not what you want them to say. There are plenty of people in the world that will flatter you for their own purposes, but only a real friend or an enemy will risk your anger by telling you the truth. And being a good person yourself, you should listen to your friends and welcome what they have to say. The reward of friendship is friendship itself. Cicero acknowledges that there are practical advantages to friendship, advice, companionship, support in difficult times, but at its heart, true friendship is not a business relationship. It doesn't seek repayment. It doesn't keep score. We are not so petty as to charge interest on our favors. The reward of friendship is friendship itself. A friend never asked another person to do something wrong. A friend will risk much for another, but not honor. If a friend asks you to lie, cheat, or do something shameful, consider carefully if that person is who you really thought he was. Since friendship is based on goodness, it cannot exist when evil is expected of it. So it's kind of the Aristotelian concept of the good in friendship. Friendships can change over time. Friendships of youth will not be the same in old age, nor should they be. Life changes all of us with time, but the core values and qualities that drew us as friends in years past can survive the test of time, and like wine, the best friendships will improve with age. So without friends, life is not worth living. And I brought Dunbar's number of just how many people can you have meaningful relationships with, and like the 5 loved ones that you might deal with on a daily basis. Your most important, followed by successive layer of like good friends, 15 good friends that maybe you see daily or weekly, but at a further social distance to 50 friends, 150 meaningful contacts, 500 acquaintances, 1,500 people who you could recognize. And this could vary with people. These are averages. And, I've talked about this on Week in Review, Week of Church of Entropy. Friendships over life cycle, identity formation. Friendships play different roles at different points in time. Generally, friends, like C.S. Lewis, you're sharing a common challenges in life cycle together as a team. So the challenges that you approach in life are different during the different stages. And then therefore the purpose of friendships change over those different life cycles. So in youth, friendship plays an important role in childhood development in terms of acceptance, language and skills acquisition, self-esteem, responsibility, reliability, reciprocity, conditioning, consequences for actions, validation, emotional support, focus on play. So youth, most friendships largely focus on play, and through friendship, children practice. So a lot, children learn from their parents and teachers, but they practice with their friends, and language, general skills, the learning to be responsible, reciprocal behavior. A lot of modern psychology looks at friendship generally as a form of reciprocity. Adolescence, friends are generally the most important during the adolescence period. Friends help to adapt to environments, like you come to a new school or new place or a club, and so you meet a friend, and the friend acclimates you to the place, or you help with each other. A safe space for boundary testing. Your parents or elders authority figures might give a whole bunch of rules, and you say, do you really have to do everything that they say? Or taboos. So your friends are a safe space to push boundaries of acceptable behavior. Friendship replaces parents for confidence and companionship. Your children spend the majority of their time around their parents. In adolescence, friends are more likely to seek out, you don't hang out with your parents, or even, you're scared to discuss things with your parents. And the friends, you're borrowing task performance, where, friends, can I borrow this? And, or can you do this for me? Getting ahead in school, training for preparation for intimate relations. So, generally, like, this is psychological understanding that, eventually people should get married, build up a family with a friend, with, a sexual partner of the opposite sex. But the friendship, typically if it's a same-sex friend, is a preparation for what will eventually be marriage in like a classical term. But there's a little element to this, like a modern psychological conception, practical support, recognition of personality. And in terms like within the adolescence year, most personality traits become noticeable, and your friends will accept you for who you are and know, like, oh, he's just like that. Like gets angry quickly, or he's real smart, or he likes reading, he's an introvert. And so your friends are going to recognize that you have different character traits and that you may not recognize in yourself, but it's through your friends that you start to recognize your personality traits. And then adult friendships, as adults, most of the friends are going to be within your social pool of a similar social economic status. As people get older, their friendship network size decreases, more so among men than women, but both men and women. Friendship circles decrease. Friendships among adults is usually based on shared experience, people that you've been through things with. The friendships, like Cicero, get better with age. They've been proven over time. We've been friends for like a decade. They're your friend because you've been through things. Like, in relation to narrative identity, their friendship has been proven. You develop norms of what it means to be a friend, and then have transgression of norms to a breaking point where this person wasn't my friend until they transgressed and broke this norm and demonstrated they had incompatible values, and now they're no longer friends. So usually by the adulthood, people have well-defined norms for what they consider friendship. And then you also have levels of friendship or intimacy. You depending on social settings, your trust in house or among family, or friends for a single activity. So you might have a friend that is just based on one activity, synagogue, a hobby, or you might have a friend that spreads across all of your life activities. And the level of friends that you introduce to your family, friends taken to your house, or introduce your other friends to. So you have certain friends that don't know your other friends that know your family, other friends that know the majority of your other friends, or friends that you've brought into multiple aspects of your life. So it's varying. As an adult, you might have a wide variety of friends, and friendships naturally drift apart over time. That they lose common interest. As people get busy, people's friendship network naturally decreases over time. And so I used to be good friends with people, and we just drifted apart, and now I haven't spoken to them in years. Maybe we're still friends. I call them, be interested, but things naturally drift apart even without conflict. And facing death, in the later stages of life, people typically have friends till death. But as you reach the latter stages of life, friendship will take a different turn. And then you have, like Cicero says, you can have friends across age differences. Friendships between different stages of life. And then other issues. So same opposite sex friendships, your advantages and disadvantages. Opposite sex friendships, you have sexual tension. But also you could learn about the other gender, and like I said, friendships could be a precursor to romantic relations. So you might have an opposite sex friend, and even if you have no romantic interest or relations with them, that could be a precursor to romantic relations with another person of the opposite sex. And a lot of people, there's a lot of psychological studies that look at the difference between romantic relationships and friendship, and say your spouse or romantic partner, you could consider him your friend, but it's a different form of a relationship. And the psychologists usually refer to it called needs fulfillment, that in romantic relationship is more certain level of needs fulfillment, where friendship isn't transactional, but there's a nature to marriage, family, successful romantic relationships that necessitate a transactional relationship. Then diversity, generally it's easiest to be friends with similar people from your same ethnic, racial, social, economic background, but there's benefit to a larger diverse friend network. Friendships across social economic divides or cultural barriers that might have a little bit more difficulty in terms of common activities, lexicon, cultural barriers. So naturally, if you grow up in a homogenous place and your friends are similar to you, if you grow up in a diverse place, diverse friendships are natural. And the world's a big place, so having a diverse array of friends provides a unique set of challenges and benefits. Acquiring friends for social climbings, networking, skill development, professional development, self-improvement, personal reinvention. So a lot of times, utilitarian purposes to friendships, transactional. So, if you get into a new hobby and you want to make friends, like social climbing, I'm trying to become more educated, become more wealthy. So I want to try to get friends that are more educated and wealthy than me, or networking, that I just want to improve my life. So I make friendships that are more based on material social gain. Like I mentioned, like chess or something. A lot of times, like in the hobby world, I want to make friends with the top players. Well, why? Because I want to be a top player, or some kind of form of social climbing. But it could also be, as opposed the difference between a mentorship relationship and a friendship relationship, of just saying please teach me, or please give me charity, please be nice to me, towards a friend, oh, I'm friends with this chess master, and therefore he helps me out with my chess. Was that really a friendship? But there's an element to certainly, if you start a new activity, or it pays to make friends, and will could acclimate the process of successfully social climbing, achieving a higher social economic status, to seek out and maintain friends from who you're trying to become. In the relation of role identity, typically friends, you'll develop a role and that's unique to each of your friends. Williams James, a person has as many selves as there are people that recognize them, and you develop a unique self in the way that you interact with different friends or different roles. You'd be different long-term friends versus newer friends, single activity versus social environment friends versus all aspects of self friends, the friend that you just do one thing with, versus the friend that goes across all your life activities. One-off friendships versus entourages and common circle of friends, so single activity friendship versus groups of friends, or friends that all know each other. So it's I have certain friends that don't know any of my other friends, and then I have groups of friends like entourage, where my friends are always in an entourage. Whenever I hang out with this person, I'm also hanging out with these other few people as a group, and certain common circle of friends, where you have friends that all know each other. So those all play different dynamics. People could fall in different roles, different role expectations, unique personality aspects that might only come out in relations. There might be certain aspects of a person's personality that only come out with certain friends or friendship groups that might be a unique identity called false identity, or like trying to become a new identity that is facilitated by certain friends or groups of friends. You might have a common lexicon developed where certain phrases, ways of speaking, referring to things that are specifically unique to only one friend or group of people. And then like say friend circles where groups of friends where everybody in the group are all friends with each other. And so you have business workplace friendships. So you have like Dunbar's number, 150 meaningful contacts, and that could be the people like you work with or a club with. They might be a meaningful contact, but they're not really your friends. And they say, well, you could bridge the gap, unify both worlds, bringing professional associations into personal life, work together. You want to hang out, you want to come over to my place, you want to grab a bite, or whatever you do. You want to stream, whatever you do with your friends, but you bridge the gap from a professional relationship to a friendship relationship. And then also be like religious, social club, hobbies, where you're bridging the gap or maintaining personal barriers. So if you're a member of a synagogue and your synagogue has 100 people, some level like, oh, I'm friends with everyone in synagogue, you might be friendly, but you're probably only going to bridge the gap into personal relationships with a handful of those people that you to invite into your house, introduce your families, exchange intimate details. And so this concept of bridging the gap between meaningful associations and actually friendships. Although also sometimes you're very religious, friendship doesn't really exist. You don't really have friends. Like, well, all Jews are my friends. So like, all the people at my synagogue are my friends. I don't really have unique friends. And that could be like, cultic organizations where like within cults, you don't really have friends. You have fellow cult members, and all fellow cult members are friends. So it could be, different dynamics, or, hobbies, bridging the gap, the people I play chess with to have bridged the gap and became friends with. Moving geographic distance, that so you move and friendship drifts apart. You could try to maintain friendships over geographic boundaries. You're saying, is it worth like, oh, this guy was a really good friend, and even though we live on different parts of the country now, you're like Israel, I studied in Israel. It was very difficult to maintain friendships with people in Israel. Might be friends with like Facebook, or you're going to go to each other's weddings, or various elements of saying like it's worth trying to maintain long-time friendships. And there also could be unique friendship type of traveling buddies, that you have a friend that you travel, or like a single activity, and that unique single activity could be travel, like a ski buddy or something, like so skiing or something might, rock climbing or something that's associated with travel, or utility to, like a friend that you make really good travel partners. And then, Amzi, Amy, we talked quite a bit. The last point, online social media, e-friendships, and then, also bridging the gap of e-friends to meeting IRL. So you say, well, I have internet friends, people friend me on Facebook or stream, people I talk with. You have people I don't, that just go by anonymous accounts. I have no idea who they are. Like some people, like Mossad, High T, like for years now. I've been talking to these people for a year. I have no idea who they are, and so it's everybody just like kind of dumb. Like I don't even know who the hell this guy is. But okay, but there's somewhat like an friendship. So most of those are more negative relationships, like frenemy, and most of the anonymous people I've been dealing with for years are largely negative. And that's last week we talked about the dangers of e-personality. However, I do have friendly relations with people like Oswald or something. I have no idea who he is. Some details. He used to live in Michigan, or he's on the West Coast. I have no idea his name, and very little details about him. But we're somewhat e-friends, positive relations, help each other out. You could say like some level we're e-friends, even though he's anonymous. I have no idea who he is. Well, I generally say that most of the people anonymous that I've been dealing with for years are largely negative relationships. But yeah, when you say Oswald's still there, he's got a wrench in my chat. No idea who the hell you are, but we're kind of friends. It's been like 3-4 years now, and so you might have a reason. So like bridging the gap, there's utility of an friendship, and let's say so we may never bridge the gap. You may never meet. You may never tell me who he is. It may not matter. It's like at some point, like, oh, by the way, like like I'm Joe Schmo from here. Doesn't matter at this point. Doesn't matter. Like are we gonna like hang out or get together? But so like bridging the gap to friends to becoming IRL friends or like anonymous friends. And if it's utility, they say, okay, we just have common interest, and maybe there's reasons why we could be more open and honest being anonymous, and so anonymity could have some benefit to like anonymous friendships where you could be more open and honest about things that would be more risky to talk about had you known who each other are. Okay, well, you don't have to tell me who we are, but you have to say like, but yeah, so like Oswald, I've had relatively positive relationship, even though for a few years, but we're probably never going to get together. So what would I even do with the information? So like, if he told me his name, what difference is that going to make to me? Like, oh, that makes sense. Now, like, like those details or why you act in a certain way but sometimes it doesn't really matter. Are we ever going to bridge the gap and like get together? Maybe if you're like Metro Detroit, you're like, oh, by the way, I'm going to be in Metro Detroit. You want to meet up? Maybe I'd take you into my house, cook, or maybe we'd meet at a neutral place. So I mean, you can bridge the gap, like, but there's danger, God forbid. Certainly like, okay, if you have positive relations, if you have a group of friends, if you're gonna like a horror movie. So if you have like, but there is danger in bridging the gap to taking online friendships in real life. But there's a certain utility to just having internet friends. Just saying like, well, I don't need to know who you are. We don't need to meet. There's utility to having these intellectual, impersonal conversations on the internet. Like, I just wanted to pop on the line and say a few things and, talk about a few things of common interest. And it doesn't really matter if we know who each other are or ever meet. That's not what we're in it for. We're just here to have some interesting conversations, common interest, even like networking. So just interesting, the concept of an friendship, the utility of an friendship. So yeah, there goes. Those are the slides. So I covered it yesterday on Amzi's stream. I thought that was pretty interesting and hopefully good content. So I guess the link's in the chat. So if anyone wants to pop on and say something. So Amy's still here. God bless. Good to see you. So hopefully like, I mean, if your audience were having good conversations, we could keep on streaming like Saturday night. Like I don't have to do a presentation, but it might fall apart, like, or just, people want to come on and chat. I mean, sometimes it's just like, turn into like Ask the Rabbi, where it's just random people like, oh, I got a question on Judaism. And since you're the only Jew I know, like, maybe now is a good time that I could, like ask this question on Judaism. I always wanted to know. And, I mean, that has some utility too, versus having some sort of purposeful conversation. So like, I'm more academic. I kind of like preparing PowerPoints and talking about like a given topic and doing research. That's more my personality. So nothing's came to mind right now. Like, theology you mentioned. So I don't have like a good idea for a topic for next week, but maybe during the week I'll come up with one. And then so, prepare a presentation. So, if Amy, you want to stream again or plan for next Saturday, we could do that. If you have a topic or people in your chat have a topic, maybe I'll try to research that, or if you yourself want to research or present something, or maybe we have a conversation, see if John shows up or what's happening with that. And like I said, Tuesday I will be streaming the Ceramics Expo, and other than that, that is it. And so have a great week. Everybody be blessed. God bless. You had that Israel-Palestine thing on my stream. It's important. God forbid, a lot happening in Israel-Palestine. And, so I did do the live stream today. It's important. But, not much to say on that. The Israel-Palestine issues, they're not going anywhere. I wouldn't mind, talking with, Palestinians or even locally interviewing, but it hasn't worked out. And, I like Judaism. I think just talking about the prayers, avoiding politics, because just as an independent Jew, versus trying to do something that's communally within Judaism, then you're going to come into conflict with other communal leaders. Empress, so if you want to reach out, like you mentioned, doing a reading. So, if you wanted to do that privately or something like that, you could reach out on social media. We could do it like a private call or something like that. Or if you want to hop on and do it publicly, you'll come on next week in review, and you want to try doing a reading on me or whatever, see, it sounds interesting, see what that's like. And so if not, I'm about to sign off. Any comments, I'll try to timestamp that or whatever. So God bless. Have a great week. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being active in the chat. And you'll see you next week. And you may be, let's say Tuesday, the IRL engineering stream. Hopefully next Saturday with Amy. It's possible I'll pop on Luke, and Thursday with Michael, the more Hebrew. So have a great week, everyone. Thanks for tuning in.